Pleadian Mission, A Time of Awareness by Randolph Winters. Part 9. The planets form. At this point in the development of our universe, trillions of years have gone by already. The new creation has reasoned and figured out every step of the way with the help of the Ur energy from the original cosmic creation consciousness, also called the Absolutum. The accumulated wisdom of all that the new creation has learned is embedded within it, for it has learned it all from actual experience. Since our new creation is within the original creation and is connected to it, it has a reference source by which it can learn and try out new ideas. It is no accident that the new cosmic creation consciousness is evolving the way it is, because it must follow the pattern created by the original cosmic creation consciousness, the Absolutum. Because of this, all universes, all creations, are created the same way and must evolve through the same steps of experience, but each universe will have innumerable differences. The original cosmic creation consciousness, the Absolutum, contains a blueprint or guide of how to do this, and the new creation takes the blueprint and uses it to create its own physical, material universe. Through the process of thinking and reasoning, energy is created, and when the process of thinking and reasoning is correct according to the original cosmic creation consciousness blueprint, then that wisdom is added to the accumulated wisdom in the new creational universe. This spiritual growth is what evolution is. As the new creation evolves, so does the original creation. So all universes contribute to the growth and evolution of the original cosmic creation consciousness, the Absolutum. As fluffy matter evolves into gas and spirit becomes more intelligent through experiences, the galaxies then form. Their movement, rotation, and pulsation are controlled by the pulses of time, which Crispy calls pulse waves. Trillions of years elapse during this process as the material universe is forming. Then come the cluster of gases that create the suns and stars, and eventually the planets form around the stars, signaling that the newly created universe now understands how to create the mineral kingdom. All along, the spiritual energy of the new creation is learning and growing through the experiences. Once planets are formed, reasoning and thinking continues until the food kingdom comes into existence. Throughout the process, the new cosmic creation consciousness universe is following the blueprint of the original cosmic creation consciousness universe, the Absolutum, and using thinking and reasoning to understand the results of its experiences. The development of flora and fauna is just one more step in creating a more complex and highly developed universe. As the food kingdom is developed, the way is cleared for the creation of animals to eat the food. Fauna, the animal kingdom, is responsible for the evolution of the coarse matter of our bodies. Once the animal kingdom has evolved the coarse body material to a level of evolution that is high enough, it is possible for the spirits of human life to then be materialized. Humanity then begins the material life cycle on those appropriate planets and evolves the new cosmic creation consciousness universe to perfection eventually through the spiritual energies created by each soul's growth. Life develops in many different forms depending on the planet and the solar system it is in the available nutrients and minerals. If a world has the necessary elements of water, correct amino acids, correct radiation from the sun, correct atmosphere, and spiritual evolution, then life forms of various sizes and shapes will naturally develop. They must. Everywhere possible, life develops. The human form is the highest form and is found in all parts of all universes where the conditions are correct. The human form also represents a higher level of spiritual development by the new cosmic creation consciousness universe, for it obviously takes more understanding and knowledge to create a human body than it does to create a gas or a mineral or water or plants. We are seeing the slow evolution of the new cosmic creation consciousness universe through the learning experience. The human life form is capable of providing the new creation with the highest order of learning experience and thinking that will be added to the new universe's evolution. The human form represents the first time the new creation universe has been able to create a life form capable of rational thought and reasoning. Each level of development, starting with fluffy matter, then gas, then minerals, then flora, then fauna, has taken a more complex level of understanding and consciousness to create. The human form represents the highest level of understanding and consciousness. Humans can think and experience on their own and provide energy to the new cosmic creation consciousness universe, which in turn provides those experiences and energetic contributions to the original cosmic creation consciousness, the absolutum. There is a chain of wisdom from the lowest levels to the highest, which all contributes to the evolution of all life forms throughout all universes. Crispy chiming in here. It's a bit like one universe is one cell in the brain of cosmic creation consciousness, the absolutum. Each universe has its messages that it sends and receives to all other universes that are capable or near enough or connected in some way. Not every thought goes to every brain cell, of course. Axons and dendrites, firing and sending and receiving. But everything that is happening within the one giant brain that is the absolutum. Now back to Randy. As the universe continues to grow, there is a point where the experiences of the material world can no longer provide any new wisdom to this new cosmic creation consciousness universe. There are limits to how high the consciousness of human life forms can expand. For instance, there is a point wherein information gathered by our material senses is not of high enough consciousness to continue the evolution for cosmic creation consciousness. The human form then transforms into a higher form of consciousness, which no longer requires the death cycle or the material body. Our new cosmic creation consciousness universe, which started as nothing more than an idea, has expanded in size and created a material realm from which to gain experience. It has had a mature adult life through the experience of learning from a material universe, and eventually it must rest. For the length of time that a creation can sustain itself is related to the strength of its spiritual knowledge. Just as it must learn everything in small steps, it can only learn so much at a time. Learning turns into wisdom through experience. Crispy chiming in again here. As a planet develops its human life forms enough, those life forms will then join with other life forms. I'm going to add things like the reptilians and the insectoids. Any physicalization in material form of a creature that can walk around, think and talk, and create material devices with which to travel between other planets can be lumped under the umbrella of human. So just file that. In the process of evolution, as these life forms on various planets meet and connect and evolve, they will learn that they are all aspects of each other. And through that evolution, they will continue to evolve and eventually leave their physical bodies behind, forming what can be thought of as collective consciousnesses. For example, the Melchizedek collective consciousness is above and beyond all physical means. They may have been a group of millions or even billions of physical bodies, humans as it were, possibly on many different planets, and then they have joined together as one collective consciousness. This process continues in every existing physical universe until all of the consciousnesses join together in one that they all initially were. That is when that one universe will come to completion and then go into a time of rest. This is what was communicated to us through the first Pleadian channelings of Barbara Marciniak, saying that we are here. We are the Pleiadians, a collective of energy from the Pleiades. We have a long history. Our ancestors come from another universe that had achieved completion, a universe. You are simply working on a planet coming to completion, and we are here to help you with that task. And now back to Randy. The laws of creation. Since the logic of cosmic creation consciousness is absolute and does not change, we can say that it is a law. Any universe, which is to say any new cosmic creation consciousness, always follows the path or the templates or the blueprints of the absolutum. It always has an awake period and a sleep period, and it evolves from a simple idea into a higher form of consciousness through the experiences learned through 7 stages of development. Those 7 stages are described in Jean Andrade's book, Star Wisdom. Creation dictates the laws of physics, the laws of math, and all other sciences. Humans merely discover the knowledge that is already there. This is a process that happens naturally on every life-supporting planet. If we can learn to understand cosmic creation consciousness and the process of evolution it is going through, then we will have discovered for ourselves how to create laws for our society by which we can live. Everywhere in nature, the laws of creation are actually very obvious if we would only open our eyes to see. In humanity's early development on most planets, they may praise the sun and or worship their moons if they have them, in the hopes that their lives will become better. That is the level of their understanding at that time, and they will make simple laws for their societies accordingly. As we progress and grow in experience, which leads to intelligence and higher consciousness, we will make different laws that reflect our newer understandings of cosmic creation consciousness. These laws will be more in line with the complexity and level of knowledge of our society and all of nature. We are continually evolving and changing as a society. Therefore, we must be open to creating new laws and paradigms that will keep pushing us forward instead of holding us back. There is an interconnection that binds us all together, something like a network of consciousness that I refer to as spiritual bonding. As we think, our thoughts run across the network and affect all other life forms that are connected to it. Thought is energy, and energy contains thought. They are the same thing existing in different form. Spiritual growth is the forming of logical thinking that is in harmony with the laws of cosmic creation consciousness. When you have perceived something correctly, with great clarity of thought, and understood it to the point that it has become part of your life, dictating your actions, the wisdom learned from the experience contributes to your spiritual growth. In order to control your spiritual growth, you must take 100% accountability for your own actions, thoughts, and deeds. You cannot dump your responsibilities on any other life form, or God, or idol, or cult, and expect to grow personally, spiritually. No other life form, including gods or ETs, can do your spiritual growth for you. When you have learned to face your problems with your own energies, given to you through cosmic creation consciousness, and when you accept and understand that you are part of cosmic creation consciousness, then you may draw on the spiritual force that is already within you and achieve all that you can imagine. The equality of man. It has been said that all men are created equal, and we are. We all start as souls or spirit forms of equal knowledge, or should I say lack of knowledge. For in our beginning state of pure energy, what we know is almost nothing. It is cosmic creation consciousness that gets us started on our path of physical growth. Once we come into our first lifetime, the learning process starts. We begin to accumulate wisdom from our experiences, and we create a path of learning that will continue for billions of years as each soul goes through the stages of evolution of human life. All along this path, we are learning different things at different times. It is the accumulated wisdom that contributes to our intellect and our aptitudes, causing us all to be unique individuals on our own path of learning. We all learn different things from different experiences at different times because we're all on our own individual paths of learning. As we go through lifetimes, we slowly learn all of the lessons of life, but not at the same time. Eventually, all of the lessons are learned by everyone. So never can we say that one person is better than another. We're just at different levels of learning. It is the wise person who recognizes that they are only older, not better, or only younger, not inferior. And wise souls may use their older, more evolved selves to help their younger, less evolved selves through meditation. In this 3D plane on Earth, there are obviously many people who use their accumulated wisdom to take advantage of a younger spirit form or get ahead at another's expense. These people are living in spiritual ego and stagnation and still have some very hard lessons to learn because karma. Peace will come to Earth when everyone realizes that we are all souls of cosmic creation consciousness on our own paths of development. And we make space for other souls and spirit forms so that they can be just who they need to be in that lifetime and learn what they need to learn for themselves without any judgment or harassment from us. It is a sign of an advanced soul on the path to ascension that recognizes the soul in all others and sees them not as a material being, but as a spirit form on their own path of discovery and learning. This process of spiritual growth is a natural one that goes on whether we are aware of it or not, but we can certainly enhance it by tuning in to our spiritual development and making it a priority in our lives. The advantage of understanding this process is that we can be in control of our rate of growth, the quality of information we expose ourselves to, and we can develop methods by which we can live a happier life and be in control of our hearts and minds. We can also learn to understand the purpose of our lives and better understand the path of evolution that we, as each individual, are on. We only need to look around us at the millions or billions of unhappy, depressed, angry, or out-of-control people, and we can see the immediate need for a better understanding of how spirit works with this 3D world. The food our spirit lives on is truth, according to the Pleadians as taught to them by cosmic creation consciousness, the absolutum. Therefore, healing a person who is experiencing some form of mental illness means healing through the powers of the soul or spirit. Individuals must activate their own spirit to heal themselves. Nobody can heal another person. This means the power or energy of the soul or spirit of the person requiring healing must be motivated to heal itself. If a person is spiritually or psychologically weak and suffering, and you are strong in spirit and healthy in mind, you can try letting them use your strength to get motivated. This can be done by the laying on of hands around the body in the region of the stricken person's aura. The aura, or biofield, is the field of energy around each person's body that reflects the condition of their spiritual energy. As you think, your thoughts create energy that shows in the aura around your body. If a person is psychologically, emotionally, physically, or spiritually ill, it will show in their aura. If you are strong, you can let your aura mix with theirs. Some call it Reiki. Hold your hands around them in their auric field for several minutes or much longer, and they will benefit greatly from it. The power of your healthy spirit can help theirs get started and motivated to continue healing themselves on their own. Sometimes just the feeling of your healthy energy is enough to make them feel better about themselves and pull themselves out of a depression or despair state that they're in. However, you must be cautious not to absorb negative energies from them. This can happen if you're doing this type of healing because of your ego or vanity, rather than love and genuine concern for a fellow human. If you try to help someone in order to show off or prove that you are very spiritual, you will do them no good and only hurt yourself. If, on the other hand, you are giving from your heart and think with a clear and logical mind, you can be of great help to anyone who is suffering. When you are acting with your ego, you are spiritually weak and cannot protect yourself adequately. However, a spiritually balanced person is strong and could possibly suffer no ill effects. However, they may benefit from spiritually cleansing themselves after giving a healing. Our connection to cosmic creation consciousness. When our soul or spirit form was created, our connection to the cosmic creation consciousness was permanently created. While our soul or spirit is listening to our thoughts and accepting wisdom into the subconscious, it always has the ability to check out our ideas with cosmic creation consciousness. It is like an open line of communication that is always there, and it can only be felt through the spirit or the soul. You could call it your higher self. Our spiritual self will not accept any wisdom to be added to our accumulated consciousness unless it first checks with cosmic creation consciousness to be sure it is in line with the truth and with the evolution of our soul. It is cosmic creation consciousness that lays down the laws of evolution and creates the framework for all of humanity on all planets, in all solar systems, in all universes, to evolve by. If humanity could learn to think with their conscious mind, using these laws of conduct provided by cosmic creation consciousness, not only would our lives be so much easier, but our evolution as a soul would progress much faster. In religions and different belief structures, there is always a faith factor, for it is not possible to prove that God really exists. It is something that you take on faith because our parents or the priest at church told us we had to. If you want to prove to yourself that cosmic creation consciousness exists, and that it is the ultimate source of love and understanding which can provide all knowledge that is necessary for life, then you have only to make your connection with the great cosmic creation consciousness inside yourself. Here you can feel and experience the ultimate feeling of the life force that guides all things, and is available to you at any time you choose, without going through any ceremonies or spiritual leaders or guides or forms of worship. You are always connected to cosmic creation consciousness because you are a holy hologram, a divine spark, a sacred fractal of cosmic creation consciousness. The Akashic Records. Earlier I mentioned that thoughts are energy. As your mind builds a thought through the millions of flashes between your brain cells, the subconscious, and your psyche, a thought becomes a charge of energy. The vibrations of each individual thought are dependent on the level of evolution of the soul that makes it, and the emotions and feelings that surround it. We are normally used to thinking that our thoughts are safely tucked away inside our heads where no one else will ever know about them. This is true to a certain extent, for those around us will usually have no idea of our thoughts. However, our thoughts do not dissipate or disappear inside our head or somewhere else. Once the thought is created and becomes energy, it has the ability to leave our mind and move out into space. As it does this, it rises up just slightly above the planet and becomes part of the etheric band of energy that circles our planet, called the Akashic Records, or the Akash. This energy band is called records, for it contains thoughts from every human being who has ever lived on Earth throughout all time. They are stored in a very logical way based on the vibrations of evolution of each individual thought. The Akashic Records are the accumulation of knowledge of the past. Here, the thoughts of everyone are arranged in layers of memory. Each layer or level of memory is at a different level of evolution. Remember that thoughts are energy, and the energy is separated by the level of oscillating vibrations. There is our Akashic record around our planet, and there is an Akashic records around our solar system, and one around the Milky Way galaxy. There are probably others around every aspect of creation. These are only the ones the Pleadians have mentioned, but it seems to me, Crispy, that there are Akashic records ascending in size and completion around everything, and eventually the biggest one is the Absolutum. Back to Randy. The knowledge of the past is protected, so getting into it is not easy. One must earn that right by virtue of their understanding of how the spirit works. It is only accessible through the subconscious of the spirit or soul. Once you have learned how to activate your subconscious through meditation, you will also discover that you will need to learn the key to get in. The key is a special symbol understood by the spirit or soul that can unlock a particular memory level in the records. This key can only be discovered through meditation, since it is part of the symbol language of spirit. Once you have earned a key that can open a particular record, you can then gain access to those thoughts. Opening a record allows you to access the thoughts of that person which are stored there. This is how you can learn about another person's thinking. The information you will have access to cannot be of higher evolution than your own. So even if you were to try and access the information created by some great thinker like Leonardo da Vinci, for example, you would only be able to access his thoughts that were not of any greater evolution than your own. This is because your mind creates energy that oscillates at a certain frequency determined by your evolution. The higher the evolution, the higher the frequency. Frequencies created by your mind cannot unlock records that require a higher frequency. This is cosmic creation consciousness's way of protecting knowledge and information until you are ready for it. Even if you could somehow get information of a much higher evolution sent to you or pull it out of the Akash, you would have a problem with reception. Depending on how high the frequency of the information was, you either couldn't receive it at all, or it would make you crazy or enraged or emotionally break you down. You could even get physically hurt from being overloaded by frequencies that are too high for your mind to handle. It's kind of like a radio that's only capable of handling incoming frequencies up to a certain level. Anything above that level is missed altogether, or perhaps very garbled. Crispy chiming in here, this would seem to run counter to the information we have about the sleeping prophet, Edgar Cayce. Back to Randy. Once you have been able to access thoughts from, let's say, Da Vinci, your soul acts as a receiver and begins to think like Da Vinci while you are connected to his records. Since this is a spiritual connection, not a material one, the information cannot be spoken but can be written down, as in auto-writing or auto-painting. It is not uncommon for some people to have a connection to the Akash and be able to receive information without even knowing where it's coming from. If you speak to these people, they will tell you that they use meditation and a key or symbol of some kind to start the transmission. Although ones who are unaware that they are receiving it will just say it was their own drawings. The Akash can be accessed through meditation. It is not the spirit world, but the records of past thoughts. The spirit forms, the souls who created the thoughts that are in the Akash, are now living new lives as different humans. When you are in the Akash, you are not in connection with Da Vinci, just his thoughts that were recorded when he was alive in that body. The spirit that lived the lifetime as Da Vinci has now moved on and has created another life with another personality, maybe many since then, and is no longer what we know as Leonardo da Vinci. It is only his thoughts that are left behind, and some pretty damn good art. Heaven, the other side. The Akash should not be confused with the other side, the sleeping place of souls. This is an entirely different area that can only be accessed by souls and requires a very different technique. The Pleadians do not interfere with souls on the other side and feel it is better to leave sleeping spirits alone. For one thing, these spirits do not know any more than they did when they were alive, and they usually don't want to be bothered anyway. Psychics that claim to be in touch with dead or sleeping spirits are usually in touch with their Akash, and most of them don't even know it. The minds of Earth humans were scanned by the Pleiadians, and they discovered that only 16 people on Earth had the evolution and the understanding to actually get in touch with passed over souls on the other side. Many people receive images, feelings, or thoughts from spirits, but cannot initiate it themselves. They are only receiving. To the Pleiadians, at their level of morality, they feel it best to leave souls alone on the other side. Telepathy. The Pleiadians use a form of telepathy to send information to thousands of people on Earth all the time. They have been very open about the fact that they are trying to help with our education by sending us ideas and visions that we can use. They are hopeful that by doing this, these ideas will stimulate people to use their higher selves and educate others who will make a difference in our world. This means that we may pick up ideas and thoughts and images while we are dreaming and even daydreaming and merely believe they are our own. The Pleiadians feel it is morally wrong for them to invade our thoughts and impinge on our free will. If they do not allow us to know the origin of our thoughts, then we will think they are our own ideas. Hundreds of small telemeter crafts of various sizes listen to our thinking and broadcast thoughts for us to pick up. In 1975, at the end of their contact with Billy, they admitted that they currently had over 17,000 humans receiving their various transmissions. They have not told us who these people are or how they select them. Other travelers from other worlds could also be sending us information as well. In many cases, the receiving party may have become aware of the source of these transmissions, for the senders may wish to identify themselves. We should also be cautious, though, as many people create these connections in their fantasies and are in touch with nothing but their egos. In other cases, the entities that they are in touch with are lower astral beings who fill their heads with fantasies and lies. It can be very exciting to be in touch with a non-physical entity, but be aware that not all of them are friendly and have your best interests at heart. Imagine the psychic pain you could put yourself through if you allowed yourself to be used by another life form for their use against humanity. An invasion from outer space may not come in ships, but in the minds of our people. Not only do we receive information from the Pleadians and other ETs and other non-physical beings, but we receive information from other humans. We pick up feelings and impressions all the time. For instance, if you were around someone who is thinking very negative or harmful thoughts about you, depending on your sensitivity and state of mind, you might react to this in fear or caution or apprehension or even anger. You would probably want to get away from this person as soon as possible or engage them in battle. We are constantly receiving feelings and impressions from the people around us. Our subconscious is busy defending itself from outside thoughts all the time without our awareness. There are over 8 billion people on the planet who are thinking all sorts of thoughts that create energy, and we have to deal with it. This energy also affects animals and nature. We have been told by the Pleiadians that in some cases, storms and even earthquakes can be started just by the extra negative energy from a localized mass consciousness of Earth people, which disturbs nature. Our spiritual side can also be used to make connections with other life forms. If a Pleiadian wanted to send you a thought from their home planet of Ira, this is how they would do it. The thought would come to you on the spiritual side, since telepathy on the physical side is only for short distances on your planet. The problem that you would have is the information comes in symbolic form, not words, and you wouldn't understand it. It may take years of practice in meditation to learn and understand the many different symbols that are necessary to translate incoming transmissions. For an example of an extraterrestrial or non-physical being transmission, it is possible to implant the thought into your mind that you have been taken aboard a ship and interacted with extraterrestrials about some special mission or other that they want you to perform. It is not necessary for this experience to ever have physically happened. The entire experience could be put into your memory, and you would wake up believing it really happened. You would argue with anyone that it is real, and even pass a lie detector test, for you would have no way of doubting it yourself. To you, it's an actual memory, as clear as any other memory you have. This happens in many cases where ETs want someone on Earth to do something for them. Our minds can be controlled by higher intelligences, and we have nothing we can really do about it because we are undeveloped as thinkers. It's very hard to block information which comes in, especially if you don't know that it's even possible. If you knew it was possible and you knew someone was trying to implant you with memories and you wanted to block it, you could. But you would have to be a powerful, clear thinker with good meditation experience and control of your own thoughts. However, those are not the type of people who are chosen for memory implants. Channeling. Occasionally, someone tells us that they are in touch with beings from the spirit world or other planets, and that these beings are going to speak to us through them. This process is called channeling. It is typical for the person performing the channeling to speak to us in a different voice, as if it were the personality of the incoming being. The Pleadians do not ever communicate in this manner, because they know it is too inaccurate. They have been quite clear that in no case do they allow the person receiving information to know where it comes from. Because there are so many different ways that we can receive information from outside sources, it is easy to see how anyone could be confused about the origin. We receive information through psychic connection to one another and transmissions from intelligences such as the Pleiadians, or entities from other dimensions, or entities from other planets. And also the Pleiadians send subconscious messages when we dream or even daydream. Then if we add the fact that our own conscious mind makes up its own thoughts from everything we see and hear around us, it's easy to know how the origin of information can be very hard to pin down. I think that people who channel are receiving information, they are just not aware of where it is really coming from. Channeling can be termed euphoric meditation. In other words, you are practicing meditation incorrectly and are producing the effect of the second personality from your ego. This can be very dangerous, especially if the individual continues this and lets his ego get out of hand. It can lead to schizophrenia, a condition of psychic illness that is very difficult to recover from, causing the individual to no longer be able to distinguish reality from falsehood. If you want to access information from other sources, learn to meditate correctly. No alter ego voice or personality is required to receive telepathy or visions through your soul or higher self or spirit. It is only necessary to learn to enter a meditative concentration deep enough to use your own spiritual energy. I have heard many channelers and found no information that could not be expressed using a simple meditative technique. I believe when the information comes in through the foreign voice, it is only being manufactured by the individual himself or herself. People who show good psychic abilities are often in touch with other people or life forms, for they are sensitive to certain frequencies whose reception of thought energy is possible. Good psychics take advantage of meditative abilities, but never use a channeled voice to communicate. They are in an awakened state of concentration and use their spiritual force to make connections. Now, Crispy got to chime in here. As I think you know about me, I am a great believer in the messages that have come through Barbara Marciniak, in particular, more than any other channeler, especially channeler of Pleiadian information. I do believe her first 2 books, Bringers of the Dawn, published in 1992, 2 years before this book was published, and Earth, Pleadian Keys to the Living Library, published in 94, the same year this book was published. I believe that those two books are pure. I believe they are direct Pleadian communications. You will notice quite a bit of overlap in them. I believe they all came from essentially the same source of channeling, possibly the same time, which, Barbara says, began on May 18th, 1988, which was called Stabilizing Gaia on the Mayan calendar. And I believe most of the channeling that went into both of those books happened at the same time in the first couple of years, from maybe 88 to 92. And then she published 2 more books, which I feel are less innovative. I don't believe there was any new particular information that came through in the second 2 books. That's after having read them all a couple of times and done numerous videos about them. Perhaps you got the feeling from what Randall was writing here that his opinion of channeling is rather low. And I will admit, in the last decade especially, there has been an enormous amount of channeling, a lot of it Pleadian, and it's hard to say whether it's true or not, or how much is true. I tend to believe that, as far as dimensions go, Semyase, having a regular physical body like all of us on Earth, is in the 3D. I also feel they have graduated up to 4th density, meaning heart chakra centered living. They have unconditional love for all beings. And they've also mastered 4D, 4th dimension, meaning time. They can travel through time. The 5th dimension lately has been enormously popular to say 5D Earth. Nobody really understands what that is. You can't even understand what that is using your 3D mind until you have transcended 3D and you're in 4th density, green ray, heart chakra. Then you could even comprehend what 5D means, but no one can get to 5D until they are completely in permanent 4D consciousness, 4th density. Understanding that all of creation is one thing. Therefore, to have any judgment whatsoever, whether a person is better than you or worse than you, knocks you directly out of 4D, 4th density, green ray, heart chakra consciousness. It's impossible. And when you're permanently in 4th density, you can then begin to possibly understand what 5th density is about. Almost nobody on Earth can even comprehend what 5th density means. In the 5th dimension, which I believe begins to merge again with 5th density, there's a major difference between 4th dimension and 4th density, but I do believe they begin to merge again. 5th dimension, 5th density beings still have a physical body, but they may not eat, for example, or they may eat once a month, for example. They are losing their physical density, and by the time they graduate out of 5D, they have no body. To be in 6D means complete spirit form, and therefore the beginnings of collective consciousness are in 6D. I believe there is a connection, direct connection between the 3, the 6, and the 9. 9th D are much higher evolved forms of 6D. So, for example, the collective consciousness that we call Melchizedek is in 6D, but the collective consciousness we could call Metatron is in 9D. Now, Metatron, collective consciousness, does not communicate with individual Earth humans, and I do not believe that any entity or collective consciousness of entities in the 9th dimension would communicate with a 3D human, even if they're in 4th density much of the time, like when they meditate they can get up into 4D. I don't think a 9D collective consciousness would do that. I do believe that a 6D, the Melchizedek, for example, collective consciousness does communicate with humans. Specifically, Paul Selig, I believe, is the best channeler of the Melchizedek consciousness. Melchizedek, if you want to think about it, was taught by Metatron. So the 369 connection works in that way. I think when an entity, a collective consciousness of entities, gets into the 6th dimension, they do not locate themselves to a planet or a star system. So they wouldn't say, we are the 6D Pleadians, for example. Or maybe they would say that in 6D, but definitely no entity group would be in the 9th density, 9th dimension, and say, we are from a certain planet. It's just not possible. So I do believe, and I could be completely wrong, but I do believe when people say, I am channeling the 9th D Pleiadian collective, that is not true. There is no locality to the 9th dimension. It is possible that a group is giving information and location. It's possible, but I don't feel it's true. Now, if you listen closely to the information that's coming from people who claim to be channeling the 9th dimension Pleiadians, and if you just look at, for example, what Paul Selig says, or what Barbara Marciniak says, or what Amora Kuan Yin says, there is absolutely no quantitative difference. It's basically the same thing Ram Dass says, and it's the same thing Alan Watts says. It's not 9th dimension consciousness. It's just heart-centered consciousness. It's Buddha mind. It's Yeshua mind. That's my humble opinion. Now, back to Randall. Reincarnation. As we come close to the end of our physical lives, there is an inner awareness that knows when death will come. Buried within our subconscious is the knowledge of our individual lifespan. Our soul or our spirit has knowledge of how long our material life is likely to be, and when our cross points are likely to happen. We may have numerous of them. This is due in part to the amount of life force or spiritual energy that a soul has to sustain the material life, and mostly due to what lessons have been learned. Fear of death is a result of not knowing what will happen to us after we die and creating negative fantasies about what we think. It is pure ego. Only the shadow ego can be afraid of death. Most religions and belief systems tell us we're going to heaven or hell, or possibly purgatory, where we will be judged, disciplined, burned, or rewarded, or who knows what, depending on how we have obeyed the religion's laws during our lifetime. Fear of going to hell and burning forever, or not being able to get into heaven if you sin in the eyes of your priest, is a very strong motivator and gives religions control over billions of people. Fortunately, they're completely wrong. for these mythical places are only the inventions of those who want to control you here in the 3D material world. On board a Pleadian craft, there are instruments which allow a person's spiritual self to be shown on a view screen, which contains information about the time of birth, purpose in life, karmic debts, past life trauma, and expected time of death, among other things. This information can be viewed and studied for a better understanding of your life if you get to go up in a Pleadian craft. The device also has the ability to read the feelings and thoughts of your conscious and subconscious mind. As an example of how foolish the fear of death is, an older man who was close to death was chosen to be viewed, and his spiritual self was projected on the screen. First, his conscious mind was read, and the thoughts of his fear of death were very strongly displayed. He was dying of a heart disease, and he was in a lot of physical pain. He had lived most of his life as a soldier and had been responsible for the death of hundreds of people. Now he was close to his own death, and he was behaving like a coward, for fear had overcome him. His life had been one of purely material gains, power, greed, and control over others, with ruthless murder under the guise of being a soldier. He had never taken the time to get in touch with his own soul, or in touch with cosmic creation consciousness, and he never felt any degree of love for anyone or from anyone around him. However, flicking the switch on the screen so it now showed his subconscious revealed that there was no fear. His conscious mind, his shadow ego, was completely paralyzed in fear, but his subconscious was very peaceful. This is because the subconscious, which is directly connected to your soul, understands what the afterlife is and knows that death is no great horror, but only a change into the other side for a time of rest and reunion with cosmic creation consciousness. The Pleiadians do not see death as an ending, of course, but only a transition in the endless path of spiritual evolution that is a natural part of life and death, and life and death, and life and death, and life and death. We have the ability to have an effect on our next life in some ways, but only in the way we conclude our current life and thereby prove the lessons we learned. We can make conscious decisions about our choice of gender, for instance. If you have lived a life as a woman and wish to return as a man, this is possible through generating the will to do so in your spiritual self. This happens after the soul has left the body. Subconsciously, the higher self or the soul makes the decision on gender for the next life based on the lessons we're trying to learn or experiences we're trying to have. Once the death process begins, our material senses begin to deteriorate and turn within and eventually stop functioning. Medical death occurs when the heartbeat can no longer be detected, breathing has stopped, and we are pronounced dead. Even though we appear dead and our material body is no longer functioning, the spirit or soul may stay in the body for up to 72 hours before it leaves. In most cases, the soul will separate and leave very quickly, possibly even before the body actually dies. And there are many cases on record where witnesses have seen a wisp of energy or felt something pass by as the spirit leaves the body. The soul, however, does not die and is very busy taking over the conscious awareness of the self as the material senses are shutting down. While this happens, the spiritual consciousness begins to see the light of cosmic creation consciousness, and a feeling of love and comfort are immediately felt. There could be visions of angels or guardian angels or one's deceased relatives waiting for them. Thoughts of the material pain and discomfort fade immediately upon death because the material brain is no longer functioning. All thoughts, emotions, fears, anxieties, hate, guilt, blame, and all other man-made feelings that have been manufactured throughout the material life fade away as the material life is fading away. Having advanced thousands and thousands of years beyond us in spiritual understanding, the Pleadians have studied the passing over of spirits in great detail. They want us to know that our soul does not leave the planet and on to heaven or hell. It stays right here on earth where it started. Our spirit forms came out of conscious creation consciousness and are evolving with planet Earth, Mother Nature, Goddess Gaia, and they stay with it. Our Akashic records are only on this planet and are connected to us. It is not possible at our level of evolution for us to be born on another world or dimension. We simply do not have the ability. Crispy chiming in here. After listening to hundreds of past life regressions and reading many books of Dolores Cannon's and Dr. Brian Weiss, I have to completely disagree. Our soul is not limited by physicality whatsoever. There is a multiplicity of souls, and there is a multiplicity of dimensional experiences with regards to time. So therefore, Randy here might be talking about one band of evolution of the soul, which may stay on planet Earth for a very long time. However, the soul is not limited and can be having simultaneous lifetimes on other planets, and therefore in other solar systems, and therefore other galaxies. However, because of what we have learned in this book about universes, I will say that there is probably some kind of a block, as it were, to a soul experiencing lives in other universes. I really don't think that's necessary, actually, but I don't know. Now back to Randy. If a person has died unexpectedly from an accident, a murder, or some other trauma, they could be very uncomfortable for a while and may not even reach the other side. In those cases, the spirit, the soul, may not recognize that it's even dead. And it could slip into another human if they have a large gap in their aura due to trauma. Or it could float around as a hungry ghost in the astral planes. If they do slip into a person, it would cause the invaded person to become very confused in spirit and may immediately start showing signs of unusual behavior. Even pronounced personality traits may shift, for the incoming soul doesn't know where it is and is trying to send messages to the material self, its past dead body, and cannot do so. Professional psychologists are discovering that there are many cases of this happening. Methods of hypnosis have been developed which are effective in making an invading soul aware that it is in another body and that it is time for it to let go and pass over to the other side. Doctors dealing with this problem actually counsel the confused soul, letting it know that their physical body has died and that they have taken a temporary home in the host of another person's body by mistake. In most cases, once the incoming soul understands what has happened, it will immediately let go and pass over, relieving the individual of the confusion of spirit and returning them to normal lives. There are thousands of cases of this phenomenon on record, providing a wealth of new knowledge about the spiritual world. Once on the other side, the soul will rest for a period of time that is dependent on two factors. If you have lived a long life and have added a great deal of wisdom to your soul, you may rest a very long time before you come back into a body. If you have lived a short life and have learned very little, boop. If you have lived a short life and or have learned very little, you will come back more quickly. This is cosmic creation consciousness's way of balancing out the evolution of the human souls on a planet. The time on the other side follows the pattern set by cosmic creation consciousness as it evolves through cycles of waking and sleeping. The sleep period on the non-physical side is a time of rest and contemplation. No new experiences are gained. That is only in the material realm. The wisdom learned from the material lifetime is considered or cogitated, and the process of evolution for the spirit continues, but only by reflection on the past life. Once the rest period starts, the spirit is no more aware of the material world than we are of the spiritual world. Communication is possible if you know how, and in some cases thoughts do transfer. But for the most part, the soul has no interest in the material realm. When we are alive and asleep at night, our material senses are not in effect, and we are not aware of the material world. We are dreaming. We are busy finishing our thoughts for the day and traveling through time and space in our dreams. Awareness of the material world returns when we wake up in the morning and begin to use our conscious minds again. Our time on the other side is very much like an extended dream. It does seem clear that there is very likely to be a past life review, possibly including the experiencing of different situations through all other points of view that were involved at the time. The other side, the non-physical side, has different levels of consciousness as well. When we first enter, leaving our body, we are at the level where we finish out the thoughts and feelings of that past lifetime. The majority of time is spent here, and then we will move through 2 more levels of consciousness before we are ready to return to a physical body. The average time on the other side is 152 years on Earth. This is an average taking into consideration all of the lifetimes that have ever happened on planet Earth. As mentioned, the time greatly varies depending on the length of the previous material life and its spiritual attainments. In this time of the new age of the last 50 years, the turnaround time has sped up on the one hand due to the increase in vibrations of energy affecting the planet, and also because of the number of humans wanting to reincarnate at this time. It's possible that some spirits return in as quickly as 15 years, and Crispy says maybe up to 6 weeks. Once our spirit has passed through the 3 levels of consciousness on the other side, it signals cosmic creation consciousness that it is ready to return to the material realm. This signal is somehow connected to the spiritual life force of the soul, which is now rested and recovered, and to the clarity of thought that has resulted from finishing out its thinking from the previous life. It has also set new goals for the new lifetime. The creation has a hand in actually moving the spirit into a material body once it is ready. It is the physical mother in the material realm that provides the window of opportunity for this to happen through her womb. There is a tendency of a soul to often stay within its own genetic family, if possible. So if the timing is right and a female member of the family is pregnant and the soul is ready, creation nudges the spirit towards that DNA line again. Considering the average turnaround time is 152 years, this means that your children may have been your great-great-great-grandmother or grandfather, about 6 or 7 generations back. Here in the New Age, however, where spirits are coming back much sooner, there's a chance of your child being your grandparent. If all spirits lived a long and full life, learning many spiritual lessons, the family chain would almost follow a normal order of things. Unfortunately, due to wars and other reasons, spirits live a shorter life. The normal chain of births gets interrupted frequently on Earth, and people are born into the family out of their normal birth sequence. In my case, for instance, I was informed that the Pleadians felt that I was late in my birth and missed my normal place. I should have been the child of my grandmother. This means that my mother normally would have been my sister if events had gone right. This interruption of the normal cycle can cause problems in one's spiritual evolution. The spirit, the soul, will move into the material body within 21 days of conception. On Pleiadian planets, they have the ability to know precisely when the spirit has made its decision, and up until that point, they would consider having an abortion, but never after that. Once we reach this level of knowledge here on Earth, we will see a drastic change in morality and a different view on abortion. The first choice of cosmic creation consciousness is that the soul comes into a window of opportunity that is as close as possible to the same level of evolution as the spirit left its last lifetime. For this and other reasons of stability, the family chain, the DNA lineage, is the usual first consideration. If the spirit is moved out of its family, as many millions of us are on Earth at this time, it causes possibly more difficulty during early childhood. The positive side is that this can provide for many new things to be learned. Basically, being born within the same DNA lineage almost guarantees a likelihood of comfort and familiarity when an infant is born. It also may include instant dislike. However, when a soul chooses a family that it is not incarnated into before, or certainly within the last 10 generations, there can still be love and still be dislike. It's not possible to say which degree of either of those conditions may be in place. But again, a soul wishing to experience something completely new would reincarnate into a family line that it has no experience with. Once the soul is in the fetus, it's a very exciting time for both her and the person coming in. To begin with, mothers on Earth should be aware that in that first 21 days after sperm and egg come together, the soul will anchor itself into the fetus. Developing your spiritual energy through meditation will help you make the contact and discover that a person is coming back into life. It may be a person your soul remembers, and it may not. You could study your family tree and see who passed away 100 years ago or so. If you can find pictures of your older relatives, you could meditate on their images and you might make some connections that way. Imagine how wonderful it would be to discover who the spirit was in a previous life and how they had lived. Some mothers can even form a connection and carry on communication. If you knew what kind of life they lived and how they died, you could create a special bond with them before they were born. Communication can begin with the new soul letting you know what to name them, for example, or what things they want to work on. Names reflect the level of evolution and the path of learning we are on. Names have meaning in spiritual language and will present themselves to the mother if she is open to it. By realizing that infants are eternal souls creating a new life for themselves, we should no longer think of them as our baby or possessions that we created, but as people coming into a 3D life through us. Life is a cooperative effort by the mother, the father, and the incoming person. The father provides half the DNA, and the mother the other half, and the soul provides everything else. It is the soul that also brings in the past life memories or messages or goals for the spiritual evolution in each lifetime. The spiritual self knows how much accumulated knowledge it will bring into the new body and how much brain connectors it will need to handle the intelligence and aptitudes that are necessary. If you have learned lessons in a particular area in previous lives, the wisdom from those experiences are carried forward into your new life, so you can benefit from them. This is the determining factor in why we all have different intelligence and aptitude. Millions of years ago, we all were quite equally ignorant, that is. But as our evolution continues, we all learn different things at different times. So our accumulated wisdom is diversified. So you see, none of us are any better than anyone else, just younger or older. It's like going through school and being in different grades. We all go through the same classes, and eventually we all graduate. But judging each other or leveling each other or trying to sound inferior or superior is just the shadow ego illusions. The accumulated knowledge of our previous lives is stored within our spiritual subconscious soul and is always available to us if we need it. We also benefit from our past lives in another way. Once the brain is formed and the connectors are all functional, the soul makes a copy of its wisdom and puts it into the amino acids and chemicals of our brain for the material body to access and use. And of course, we are also always connected to cosmic creation consciousness. The material, for the most part, is a product of DNA of our mother and father, the family genetics. The spirit, though, the soul, is often reflected across the face and specifically the eyes. This fascinated me when I first heard about it, and I thought how unfortunate it was that photography's only been around for about 175 years. Otherwise, we could have all the pictures of our relatives from thousands of years ago, and we could see this phenomenon ourselves. Because of my interest in this, one of the ladies at the center showed me a picture of a Russian woman who lived about 160 years ago and asked me to look at it carefully. I studied the picture and then glanced back at her. It was her, even though the hair was different and the face was a little different. You could see the eyes, nose, and ears across the center of the face was exactly the same. She had been guided by the Pleadians to understand this and had found this picture of herself in a previous life. The moment of birth is very important on a Pleiadian world, as it is for some people on Earth as well. At the moment that the soft spot on our skull bursts forth from the mother and is touched by the air, it is affected by the energies of the surrounding world. Because of this, Pleadian mothers do their best to let the new person be born only when they are ready. The feeling is that the person coming in is on a path of discovery and learning, and they will pick the right moment they want to be born in order to line up with the energies that will help them. It's quite possible this is all taken into consideration by cosmic creation consciousness when the move is made in the womb. Crispy chiming in again, I would like to say that the Divine Mayan Tzolk'in calendar is 260 days long, which is almost exactly 9 months, which is the approximate length of duration of a pregnancy. The Maya used the Mayan Tzolk'in calendar to plan their births. They knew there was a very likely chance that the day they became pregnant on the Mayan calendar would be the same day the baby would be born. As far as the zodiac goes, the tropical date system using 12 zodiac signs anchors a person into the same 3D reality that we've been experiencing for 2,500 years. The true sky sidereal using the 13th sign, Ophiuchus, includes the collective wisdom of the goddess religions that have been in place for 6,000 years. However, it still includes an incredibly large amount of toxic masculinity woven into the other 12 signs. The Greek myths and Roman myths include countless examples of angry male gods having sex with women and killing other humans. It's really just a mess that I highly recommend you extricate yourself from if you wish to have spiritual evolution. And I suggest following the Divine Mayan Tzolk'in calendar. Now back to Randy. Now that we are born and have returned to the material world, we have a new material consciousness with which to experience life, called a body. Our subconscious is empty except for the memories of growth in the womb and birth, which may have started the traumatic healing process already, or we may have been bathed in love from our earliest moments. Our psyche is usually healthy and clean, with no emotions of hate, anger, fear, prejudice, or anxiety. We have been at one with cosmic creation consciousness in the womb, and have just left a wonderful, restful period of our time between lives. All we have to do now is learn how to think logically and correctly so we can live our fullest potential through a long and happy life filled with love. Good luck, little baby, old soul. You chose your parents perfectly well, and this world is filled with so many opportunities for the evolution of your soul. We're so glad you're back. The Pleadian Mission, A Time of Awareness, by Randolph Winters. Part 10. Learning Meditation. I was raised in the Episcopal Church in the Midwestern town of Wichita, Kansas, and was considered a Christian just like everyone else there. It wasn't until I began to travel the world many years after leaving home that I became aware of the many different belief structures and concepts of life that exist on Earth. The concept of meditation was one new idea that I learned to embrace. It has taken on a growing importance in my life. I had meditated before, but what I was learning from Meier was all new to me and took some real brain work for me to understand. The concepts of meditation and concentration prove useful in developing personal control and, most importantly, are a means to access the spiritual power in all of us. I had never been exposed to meditation when I was younger. I was only taught prayer at church. A whole new world opened up to me when I discovered what can be learned and accomplished through meditation. At the center, Billy has built a meditation room that all of the members of the Figu use. They have a regular schedule, which they keep on the kitchen wall so that they can keep track of the time spent in the meditation room each week, and so no person will go in while another person is in there meditating. Since all of the members were learning and studying spiritual growth themselves, the meditation room was a very busy place. What is meditation? Meditation is mostly associated with Eastern philosophy since it is practiced so widely there, but it should be made clear that meditation is a form of concentration which leads to control of the mind, and it can be practiced by anyone, anywhere, anytime. It is not necessary to adhere to any mystical philosophy, belief system, or religion to use meditation for your own benefit. Even though its popularity lies in the East, it is rapidly gaining in use in Western society. Increasingly, more people discover the benefits of being able to communicate with the many levels of consciousness through meditation. It is a method by which we can gain control over our thought processes, develop spiritually, and come into communication with higher life forms such as those of the Pleadians. Most of the worries of the world are caused by illogical thinking. At the time the soul enters the body and a new life begins, we are healthy in body and spirit. The spirit and soul cannot be illogical or sick. This is strictly a function of the material self, which you could call the shadow ego. As a fetus is being formed, its potential can be degenerated during pregnancy by drugs, alcohol, mental illness, physical violence, and illogical thinking occurring to the mother. The new baby will already be damaged and may not be able to live to its full potential. This can limit intelligence and aptitude and even cause birth defects, which would then impair the ability of that child. If the mother would use meditation during the pregnancy, she could not only communicate with the incoming soul, but could control her own thinking and provide for a healthier birth. By controlling our thinking, we control both our physical and mental health, thus providing a good beginning for a new infant. By learning meditation, you develop what is called meditation concentration. This is nothing more than developing the ability to concentrate on a particular object and see it clearly, untainted by feelings, attitudes, memories, and negative or positive thinking, while not allowing any other thoughts to enter your mind. Once this is accomplished, you are in control of your thinking and on the road to developing powerful spiritual abilities as well. there are many ways that meditation can be helpful in your life. Conscious thinking. Most of our life is spent in conscious thinking. It is the process of forming a thought from our memories and/or feelings, which allows us to communicate with ourselves and each other. If we could not think, we could not learn or grow, and would be no different from the animals with which we share the earth. Thought allows us to understand our experiences and gain in wisdom, which leads to spiritual growth. Without thought, we could not function as living beings. Even though thought is so important to us, there is very little training on how to perform it. In school, we are told what to think, but not how to think. There is no education on how to think or how to control the thinking process. Through meditation, we will learn to not only understand what thought is, but how to control it for our benefit. First, there is the conscious mind. Its energy affects the electrical body, which charges the chemicals that feed the cells. Negative and positive thinking. As we create the energy of thought, we give these energies as a negative, positive, or neutral charge due to our own way of thinking, feeling, and according to our own behavior. Meditation can serve as a means for achieving harmony between the positive and negative and create a state of balance or neutral thinking. You will also learn to know yourself better and exercise more control over yourself. Spiritual powers. Through meditation and concentration, you can learn to bring forth the spiritual powers of telepathy, telekinesis, and time travel. These abilities are inherent in spirit and can be made accessible to the material self through meditation, if you are willing to put in the time and effort. Telepathy is the ability for humans to send and receive thoughts using the sense that is in all of us. It can be accessed through meditation and can be developed to be more useful in your life. You can also learn telekinesis, the method of moving objects without touching them physically, again through the use of your spiritual powers developed through meditation and concentration. For most people, this ability may take years of practice in order to develop the necessary concentration. If practiced every day, the average person may find some success with telekinesis in about 7 years. It could be vastly faster for some, and for others, they may never get it. Meditation can enable you to transfer yourself mentally or visually into the past or future and gain information on various events. Think of remote viewing. These events may be in the past or may be projections of a future that has not yet happened but is still quite likely. The ability to develop and use any of your natural spiritual powers lies in the development of meditation as a tool or mechanism by which you gain access to your innate abilities. All communications of the mind and soul are made possible through meditation. You will find it necessary to put in a great deal of time and energy into this practice of meditation concentration if you expect to achieve any reasonable kind of results. Concentration. Meditation allows you to see things clearly, observe them clearly, and recognize them clearly without thinking. First, we produce the desire or will to create a meditative concentration, to grasp something, or to put something into practice. Then the desire or will must be completely disregarded, and set aside so that the concentration can be obtained. This means that in order to obtain a pure meditative concentration, the will must not be carried into the meditation. The will is the ego. When you are ready to meditate, you do not say, "Now I will concentrate," or "Now I will meditate," or "Now I want this or that." Those are ego thoughts that form your will to perform meditation and must be set aside, or you will not be able to concentrate on anything. By developing meditation, we learn to direct our senses toward something quite definite, and then we concentrate on it. During this concentration, no other thoughts may be entertained because the concentration may consist only of absolute clarity of vision, or clarity of sensation, or clarity of reflection. This means we must observe the object of our concentration while being completely void of any thoughts. How to perform a simple meditation. Before getting any more detailed about what is possible through meditation, let's go through the steps of a simple meditation concentration so that we are better able to understand the process and see what is then possible. There are many methods of inducing meditation, ranging from focusing on a candle flame or concentrating on a crystal. You may use any method that suits you, but I prefer to develop the meditation concentration using breathing, focusing on the breath, since our respiration connects us directly to our life energy and gives us a sense of well-being. For best results, this should be done in a sitting position, not lying down, preferably in the lotus position with legs crossed. Of course, this type of sitting position is not the only method, especially in the Western world, as the lotus position can be very difficult due to lack of practice. The Japanese seiza position on a seiza stool with a comfortable cushion will give you the least amount of bodily discomfort which will distract you during meditation. You do not want to be influenced by outside energies or sound, so try to find a location that is both comfortable and quiet. If you have extra room in your home, you may wish to build a special meditation area where you are comfortable and not bothered by the outside world. Here you can cleanse the surroundings of negative energies and create an environment where you feel comfortable and relaxed. It is also important that you free yourself of all worldly objects like watches, rings, necklaces, earrings, or any other jewelry that you may normally wear that affects your personality or thoughts. It is also suggested that as little as comfortable clothing be worn as possible, but that of course is up to you. The objective here is to put you in the most balanced, comfortable, least distracted state as possible, so that you can bring out the spiritual being that is connected to cosmic creation consciousness and leave the material being of your ego, of your feelings, your emotions, your thoughts, your memories, your personalities, the personalities of other people, the ego dramas you're having. Leave it all behind. Relaxation. Once we are in a comfortable seated position, we are ready to relax ourselves. The thinking of our normal daily lives stores its energy in the body. So, we need to release this buildup of tension, and the best way to do that before you actually start meditating is by taking 3 deep breaths and releasing them slowly. Deep breathing is a very good way to release energy and bring the body back to a more relaxed state. It is suggested that you breathe in as deeply as you possibly can, hold it for a few seconds, Breathe it all the way out. Hold it out for a few seconds and repeat that 3 times. Wish to shake your shoulders, roll the neck around. Make sure the spine is open. Then we begin the breathing concentration. The breathing exercise is used to familiarize us with the concept of concentration, so we learn to control our thinking. The objective here is to observe the natural flow of breathing while not influencing it in any way. Do not hold your breath or intentionally subject it to any artificial rhythms or countings or synchronization with heartbeat or anything else. The object here is to follow the breathing procedure calmly and carefully during the exercise. Allow your body to breathe itself, and you are the observer. Close your eyes and focus your attention on the insides of your nostrils, and begin to observe your breath as it moves in and out of your nasal passage. Stay observing. Do not become involved in the rhythm of your breath. Naturally, your chest will be moving, your diaphragm, possibly your shoulders. Ignore all of that and focus just on the sensation of air moving in and out of your nostrils. Simply relax and let your breath find its own pace. And remember, you have been breathing for quite some time now without any help from your conscious mind. Simply become the observer and make no attempt to regulate the flow of your breath. It is also recommended to put the tip of your tongue touching just behind your teeth and leave your jaw relaxed and very slightly open. Becoming the observer means that you are not influencing the breath in any way with any of your material senses or thoughts. You are only observing it. Observe your breath as it flows inside your nostrils and disappears inside your body. Do not follow it down. This would take your attention away from the observation spot. You are concentrating on your nostrils. The inhaling and exhaling usually becomes noticeable as a cool stream of air that keeps moving. As your concentration continues, you will begin to notice exactly where the breath enters the nostrils, where it starts to flow up the sides of the nostrils, and where it disappears. These 3 spots mark the beginning, the middle, and the end of your breath, and they become clearer and clearer as the concentration continues. Incidentally, this is the technique taught at Vipassana meditation courses. Awareness of your body. If you become very uncomfortable during this exercise, you will not be able to continue and may have to start over. However, if you only become aware of your body, you should simply treat this awareness as an observation which has disturbed the tranquil harmony of the concentration on the feeling of air coming in and out of your nostrils. Simply visualize that the respiration exists completely independent of the intention of the meditation exercise, and discard the awareness of your body. The hips may be calling for attention, your ankles, your shoulders. Ignore all of that and focus on the air coming in and going out of the nostrils. Unwanted thoughts. As you continue to observe your breath, it is only natural that unwanted thoughts come into your mind. Since we are not trained in controlling our thinking, Our mind is used to racing from one thought to another anytime it wishes, which the Buddhists call the monkey mind. By developing concentration, which is the ability to focus on only one object at a time, we are serving notice to our ego that we are taking charge of our thinking. This will be something new for most of us, and it will require some time to be successful. The Buddhist practice of envisioning thoughts like clouds in the sky. Just observe them, watch them go by, do not follow them, do not try to continue with a thought, just think, oh, thought, and let it go by focusing back on the feeling of air coming in and going out of the nostrils. If you can concentrate for 1 minute without any other thought coming into your mind, you will have gained enormous mental power and can dramatically change your life. Our mind, the ego, the shadow, is used to manufacturing ideas and images for us with commentary all of the time, conforming to the internal wish list provided by the ego and other emotions. If we do not take control of our thinking, our mind will continue to make up all sorts of images while we are trying to concentrate. Learning to concentrate will help us begin to take control of our thinking processes. But we must be careful to be honest with ourselves and not allow the shadow ego to manufacture unwanted thoughts and images. Continued observation. Continue your observation until a deep feeling of well-being and relaxation is obtained. Allow yourself some time to benefit from the enjoyable state of mind. Relish the moment and become familiar with the location in your mind that has produced this moment, for you will want to return here often. The most important objective during this exercise is to learn to concentrate on any one object for a period of time and keep out unwanted thoughts. Just this simple exercise can begin to restore power to your thinking. By developing the power to concentrate on a single object in meditation, you are learning to control your thinking, and you can apply this to normal life by being more productive and less influences by outside environment. Continue this exercise daily until you can concentrate on a single object without unwanted thoughts for 1 minute. This may not seem like much, but most people will find it harder than they expect it to be. Summary of exercise. This is a very simple exercise that you can practice any time of day, wherever you are. It's very good to use in a tense situation or a stressful situation to help calm yourself down. I would suggest that you practice the exercise every day before you have lunch. This will serve to compose you from the hectic thoughts of your morning work day, making your lunch more enjoyable. It allows you to include the concepts of relaxation, concentration, and thought control into your everyday life. This could be as simple as 1 minute of focusing on the feeling of air coming in and going out of your nostrils. If you are in the workplace, you do not need to close your eyes. You could also do this on public transportation, where it's very recommended to close your eyes. Sitting comfortably anywhere, focusing on the feeling of air coming in and out of your nostrils, knowing that this also helps reset your vagus nerve and calm the whole system down. For meditating in the home, In the home, it is suggested to use 20 minutes as an initial starting point. Set your phone or some other timer for 20 minutes and put it out of reach. Often we will be distracted to thoughts of texting or some other form of SNS. That is fine. Notice those thoughts, let them go, knowing you are in a temporary zone of meditative concentration. After getting used to 20 minutes, you will want to move up to 30. After you can sit comfortably for 30 minutes, for about 10 times, move it up to 45. Once you're comfortable with sitting for 45 minutes, concentrating merely on the breath, you will try for 1 hour. It may be challenging to schedule this timing, but it will become more important to you and easier to do it. Many people meditate at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. Many people meditate at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. Find what works for you. It is recommended to start this practice with 20-minute segments. Less than that, most people will never be able to get into a meditative or concentrative state. The uses of meditation. Through continued use of meditation, we can learn to control our conscious mind, the shadow ego, by pausing during the flashing processes of thought formation and allowing our spiritual self, our soul, to give us advice. By observing thoughts and recognizing, thinking, and letting it go, we create an openness that grows. This is the pause. We can also learn to program our subconscious to perform work for us while we sleep. For example, in order to lose weight or stop smoking. Before we sleep, we can enter a state of meditation and set a command. Emotions that are causing us problems in life can be reprogrammed by creating new experiences that come to happier conclusions. All levels of our mind can be controlled and addressed through meditation. It is this simple concentration exercise that puts us on the road to controlling the communication of all levels of our mind. Turning off the force of the ego thoughts allows the force of your soul to come forward. The ability to call forth our spiritual self, our soul, and make use of that power rests in the ability to turn off the monkey mind and allow the soul to come through. Our spiritual self, our soul, is always there listening to all that we do, and it never sleeps. Most of us never consider that we can call forward our soul to offer an opinion, to give advice, or to teach us something about ourselves and our previous existences. And seldom does anyone ever consider using their soul to contact other life forms. However, all of these things are possible through the continued development of meditation. Pausing. As the Pleadians listen to our thoughts and analyze how we think, it has become apparent to them that we need to learn some simple techniques of controlling our thinking that can be used in everyday life. One of these simple techniques is called the pause. Most of the problems of the world are not caused by disease or wars, but by our thinking. How often have we spoken too quickly and said something that we regret? only to ruin a friendship or a business deal. When we feel depressed or angry, it is our thoughts that control us. If we could learn to pause as our thoughts are being formed, or as our emotions are taking control, we could be in control of how we feel. Training ourselves to pause before we speak, to consider just for one quick moment what we're about to say, can save a lot of misery in the world. The pause can be exercised as our minds are flashing between the conscious and subconscious and adding feelings from the ego. As thoughts are formed very quickly, we must train ourselves to interact in this process by pausing, either as the thought is being formed or just before we speak. Just as you are about to speak, pause and consider what you're about to do. Let your soul come forward and make a suggestion. Pause and calm your body with a deep breath before doing anything. Even just one breath can help enormously. If you allow yourself to pause, your soul will send you ideas or hunches or messages or images that are always of a more gentle and calm nature. Your soul will not engage in conflict with anyone. Since the spirit cannot be ill, it does not contain any negative thoughts or feelings. Your soul is eternal and a holy hologram of cosmic creation consciousness. Your soul can be relied upon to guide you and give you advice from a more balanced position and a higher perspective. How many times have you been trying to think of what to say, and the first thing that popped into your mind was the right thing? This is your soul trying to help out. Learn to acknowledge this first little hunch and consider it more carefully before pushing on and ignoring it. The pause can be very helpful in controlling your conscious mind and your state of inner balance. If you find yourself depressed, you can pause, explain to yourself that you are allowing an emotion from your ego to influence your state of mind, and replace the emotion with another feeling that makes you feel better. By doing this, you have changed how you feel just by pausing and taking part in the thought process. It is our thinking more than anything else that keeps the Pleadians from wanting to have open contact with us. Our thoughts are too often plagued with misery, negativity, attack, victimhood, or feelings that are very uncomfortable for them to even be around. It will not be possible for Earth to have open contact with the Pleiades until we learn to think in a more controlled and peaceful manner. Meditative immersion using colors. While the breathing exercise is good and helps you relax and build concentration, you will want to develop beyond this into a deep meditation where many more things are possible. To achieve this, you can use a method other than turning your observation towards the breath in your nostrils. This method of immersion is now directed towards the eyes in such a way as to concentrate on colors, which will appear as the immersion into meditation progresses. There are many methods using colors as guidelines to the depth of immersion into meditation. The members of Billy Meier's Figu group in Switzerland use the following colors: blue, green, yellow, and red. Before starting this 4-color meditation, concentrate your thoughts on what you want to accomplish in your meditation. Your first goal is to create the meditative immersion. Your second goal might be to move in time to see the past or future. The secondary goal must be decided before starting the meditation. Once you have your goals in mind, follow these steps. Getting into a comfortable seated position, loosen up the entire body. Close your eyes and do the deep, forced inhalation, exhalation 3 times, shaking the neck, shoulders, relaxing spine in an open position. With your eyes closed, direct your attention to the back of your eyelids and observe the light. Continue concentration until the color blue presents itself. You begin the meditation concentration activity with a relaxed attitude. This means that your knowledge of the existence of colors is present, but you do not think about them directly or objects that are colored in those colors. It is enough to know that these 4 colors exist without having to think about them first, so they can be very simply observed when the process begins. As the meditative immersion continues, the colors will systematically come to your eyes as the depth of the immersion deepens. The purpose of the colors is to help you understand the depth of your meditation process and the possibilities you are capable of in any meditation. It starts with blue. Blue represents the color of presence, your life force energy, and your existence. This will be the first color to present itself and lets you know that the immersion process has begun. Once the color blue begins to appear, allow it to occur 3 times. And this will let you know that it is time to concentrate on your secondary goal determination, your view into the past or future. Green. As the immersion continues and becomes deeper into your soul, the color green will appear. This represents to you that you are changing from conscious thinking to the subconscious. It can also mean that you are beginning to move in time, either from the present to the past or the future. Allow the color green to also occur 3 times, followed by deep, inward, relaxed concentration. Yellow represents the color of the conclusion of change from the conscious to the unconscious, as well as the concluded change from the present to the past or future. Depending on the individual, it may take several months or years of practice to reach this level, for it requires very good concentration skills, which is why working on the sensation of air going into the nostrils is very important, possibly for many months before attempting this 4-color process. Once yellow has presented itself, allow it to occur 3 times, knowing that a much deeper concentration will follow. Red represents the color of penetration into the unconscious, as well as penetration into the past or future. It is also the signal that the meditative immersion has been attained, and now the soul starts to work on its own in reference to your secondary goal determination, the time travel. Once the immersion is complete and a good concentration is obtained, you will go through the other 3 colors, and eventually red will slowly vanish and become a veil of mist, causing the occurrence of vague and, at first, incoherent forms of dream images in the waking state that have not been created by you. they must appear without being called or created by your conscious mind. These meditative, dreamlike images can be distinguished from the normal daydream by the extreme clarity and distinct qualities they form. They may remain extremely constant, and they may not fade away or disappear like a dream image until you have received the appropriate messages. If you are performing the meditation correctly, the images will not display any power of suggestion or try to influence you. At first they will seem hard to understand, but will gradually become more logical and understandable. Message received. The images always display events in their natural order instead of jumping around like a normal dream state. In some cases, the images may be quite cryptic and difficult to understand, and the meanings may not be comprehended until hours later in waking concentration. Do not be concerned about this. It is part of the mystery of the process. Your soul will send impulses from your subconscious to help bring the image to inner standing. Our normal world makes this very difficult, for there are billions of people thinking, making it almost impossible to meditate to any great depth or investigate new images. If you wish to continue your meditation beyond a normal level, it is suggested to construct a copper pyramid capable of shielding your mind from the thoughts of the world and all outside influences. Instructions can be found easily online. Another extremely important factor when producing these dreamlike images in meditation is to be very honest with yourself that you are not creating these from your shadow ego desires. Any thoughts you may have that create these images will be from your own daily life concerns and are caused directly by your own emotional dramas, such as wanting to be popular, or have someone fall in love with you, or be revered by others as a great healer, etc. Do not proceed any farther until you can be 100% honest with yourself. You're in no danger if you allow these images to come from your soul. Return from the meditative immersion process. Returning is very simple and requires nothing more than picturing those colors in the reverse order. Once you feel you have received an image or enough images, once you know you have received enough images, then picture those colors in reverse order. The red going into the yellow, into the green, and back to blue. As you envision the colors, it serves as a signal to your mind that you are returning to your daily life awareness, and you will gradually come out of your meditative immersion and return to the normal thinking and conscious state. Once the blue color appears, your material awareness is automatically restored, so you'll begin to think in a normal fashion again. All of your senses, hearing, seeing, touching, smell, and taste, will immediately become aware of your environment as you return to your present physical reality. It is not uncommon to take a few minutes to become fully oriented, and it is normal to feel a little sleepy, like you're floating on air. Summary of the meditative immersion. The meditative immersion is a very powerful tool that allows the individual to fully access control over their thinking, as well as the powers of the spiritual realm. The method described here is a simple guideline for the individual to follow and experiment with on their own. It can take years to obtain the ability to use the spiritual powers of telepathy, telekinesis, or time travel. This length of time will vary from person to person, of course, but you can expect to invest hundreds or thousands of hours in order to see the best results. The degree of results depends on the ability to concentrate and to develop clarity of vision that allows you to see the objects as they really are. Combining the meditation practice with modern techniques using sound waves and binaural beats can improve your results. Further explanations of certain meditative techniques should be mentioned here to help with your progress and quality of results. The power of observation. The ability to observe objects and see them as they really are is very important in meditation. Objects may be people, thoughts, ideas, visions, and whatever the object of concentration is. In our normal thinking, we see these objects with our material senses and transfer that image to our subconscious, where we receive impulses related to it. After flashing on our memories, attitudes, feelings, and emotions, we may no longer be sensing the object as it really is, but as we perceive it to be. A typical example may be viewing a beautiful sunset at the beach. When the sunset is first observed by our vision, it will flash through our consciousness, and we will immediately feel the impact of all of the stored up memories and feelings we have ever had about sunsets. Within an instant, thousands of memories about the sun, the water, the sky, other people, other moments, other sunsets will come together, and we might get a nice, warm feeling about the sunset. Or other feelings might invade. Because we have so many stored up memories and feelings about sunsets, we overlook seeing the details that are really there. Of course, this happens for everything in our life. Instead of the object we are observing taken as a whole in the here and now, the shadow ego relies on stored up memories, thoughts, feelings, emotions to create a completely new yet old experience. This is common throughout life as we call upon our memories and feelings to observe all the things around us. In meditation, we want to set aside all preconceived memories, feelings, and emotions and observe things from the very beginning as they really are. We want to purely observe the object without influencing it through our own will and without exerting any influence of evaluation and judgment. If we're going to meditate on a sunset, we want to set aside all previous sunsets and be in the here and now. This would be accomplished by entering the meditative concentration state and not allowing any unwanted thoughts or preconceived ideas of what a sunset is to enter our minds. Concentrate on the image of the sun setting and observe it just as we observe our breath. We fix our observation on the sunset and become the observer. As our concentration continues, we will begin to receive impulses from the sunset. Very slowly, the sunset will present its majesty to us. First, we will be aware of the colors, then its shape as it shifts over and into the horizon. Very slowly our observation of the sunset will continue to fill in the smallest and most minute details of all that we are concentrating on. You may feel elation. As the concentration continues, our soul adds feelings from cosmic creation consciousness, knowing that the Sun is the Father of all life on Earth. Acting as a pure observer, we will allow the sunset to present itself, to speak to us, causing a sensation of spiritual bonding and love that we would have never been able to experience otherwise. Complete relaxation and a feeling of harmony with nature and cosmic creation consciousness will flow into our awareness. Only by letting go of our normal shadow ego monkey mind can we ever experience this bliss. Clarity of vision and reflection. Once our abilities of concentration and pure observation lead us into meaningful meditation, we will begin to receive visions and images from different times. When we return from the immersion of the four colors and begin to reflect on what we have seen and encountered, it is important that we do not allow our material memories and emotions to distort or taint what we have seen. Just as clarity of observation is important in building a truthful concentration, we must also be able to reflect clearly on what we have seen. It is important to remain in a balanced and therefore neutral state of mind while we reflect on what we have seen in the immersion process so that we can learn from it. Sensation of time. When you're meditating, time can pass very quickly. It's not uncommon to discover that 15 or 30 or 45 or even 1 hour in meditation can seem like just a few minutes. This is why it's a good idea to set your timer before you begin. Neutral thinking. In our normal daily lives, we want to be completely neutral. I call this being in balance. The Buddhists say no craving, no aversion, here and now. The idea of neutral thinking is to develop a discipline of thinking that prevents us from having negative or positive thoughts in any form. This is accomplished in part by the pause, which intervenes during the flashing as our thoughts and emotions come up. As we become more in control of our thinking, it is much easier to keep out the unwanted negative and positive thoughts that throw us out of balance. Of course, in normal life, we all have thoughts that are varying degrees of negative and positive. It's just part of the normal learning process. Developing the concept of neutral thinking gives us control over our thinking and allows us to be balanced. This process also gives us more control over our negative and positive emotions, so they do not have as much control over us. It is also desirable to keep negative and positive thoughts and emotions out of our concentration and only allow purely neutral observation. It is our negative thinking that makes open public contact with the Pleadians impossible. We have over 8 billion people on Earth who are thinking without control. These wild thoughts and emotions are creating energies that are uncomfortable to the Pleiadians and harmful to ourselves as well as nature. If humanity were thinking in a balanced way, we would have a state of world peace and be back in the mythical Garden of Eden, or you can call it 4D, fourth density, heart-centered awareness, or even the more recent 5D. It's all the same thing. It means centered in the heart. No distractions from cravings or aversions. Our health is controlled by our thinking. The Pleiadians tell us most of our illnesses on Earth are caused by poor thinking. This is very true since the energy formed by our thinking finds its way into every cell of our body. As the mind creates a thought, the polarity of the energy, whether negative, positive, or neutral, flows through our bodies and rests in our cells. The constant buildup of negative energy brought on by our thinking leads to the degeneration of the cell and eventually to disease. Sickness at this level is nothing more than energy in cells that is not polarized and neutral. To keep ourselves healthy, it is important to keep our cells healthy by thinking in a neutral manner. Since our thoughts play such an important role in our health, it can also lead to our lifespan. Many Eastern philosophers believe it is good to slow down the beats of the heart to increase life. It is more important to think with a balanced, neutral thinking and keep our minds active by challenging them to create with neutrality. Spiritual bonding. Throughout the book, I have made several references to spiritual bonding. This phrase means that you become connected or bonded at a spiritual level with some other life form. This refers not only to your connection to cosmic creation consciousness, but to any other life form, humans, animals, plants, extraterrestrials, and the entire universe. You see, spiritual bonding is the process of projecting your own spiritual energy out and making contact with spiritual energy from any other source. Meditation teaches us some of the basic principles of controlling our thinking and allows us to develop control over our thoughts and our level of consciousness. We have already talked about some of the basic principles of pausing and concentration that contribute to balanced, neutral thinking. We also now understand the value of controlling our negative and positive thoughts in order to find that neutrality. Meditation can then be a valuable utility in developing the state of mind that is best for spiritual bonding, thereby making it easier to return to that state whenever necessary. You see, we are all spiritually bonded to one another all of the time in actuality. Whether we are aware of it or not, our thinking creates energy that is projected into the aura around our bodies. As we come in close contact with others, our auric field touches theirs and affects them. Normally, our aura only extends a few inches out from our bodies. When the power of our thoughts becomes more concentrated, our auric fields can extend out for several feet or much wider and have a much larger effect. If our thoughts are negative or hostile, we harm ourselves and those around us. If they are loving and understanding, we can warm their hearts and fill them with happiness. The steps to spiritual bonding. I have developed my own way of communicating with the universe through a little system that I would like to share with you. Meditation will teach you the basics of thought control, but the ultimate goal is spiritually bonding with the universe around you and contributing something useful. First, find a good spot to commune with nature. It could be a park or a forest or a garden or just in your own backyard. It should be a quiet place where you won't be disturbed. Calm yourself and get into the balanced state with those same 3 breaths. Then, become the observer of everything around you. Shift your eyes out of focus and learn to observe the aura of energy that is around everything. Perhaps start with a leaf on a plant nearby, or maybe a tree that is farther away. Just let your focus drift and see if you can perceive the aura of the tree or the leaf. Even rocks give off energy that is perceptible. Let your mind become aware that everything you see and feel is part of cosmic creation consciousness, and everything is of equal importance, especially yourself. Pause and let the feelings of unconditional love around you present itself. Nothing in nature has any demands or any particular feelings about you. You can only receive unconditional love and feelings of peace from nature. Form the idea in your mind that you equally love everything in your world, everything around you, and extend that out to the whole universe. Extend that idea of unconditional love out from yourself and let it bathe your surroundings. Within a few seconds, it will respond with feelings of unconditional love back to you, only much stronger. Create no new thoughts and observe the energy flowing into you and out of you, knowing that you now have a spiritual bond with everything around you. You'll begin to feel lighter and start losing the sensation of your body. Just observe. Again, extend your feelings of unconditional love outwards and let it flow. Shift your attention again to trees, perhaps, and pause for a few minutes, sending and receiving unconditional love. Then shift your attention to flowers, perhaps, or a river or a mountain. Spend a few minutes with each life form within your awareness in order to form that spiritual bond. You may be hearing birds or bees or other bugs and know that they are messengers of cosmic creation consciousness. They are sending you unconditional love, and send it back to them. Observe the knowledge, intuitions, and sensations that come into your field of awareness. You may receive answers to questions you didn't know you even had, and visions of your future. Contemplate the meaning of all your connections in life, and you will discover new revelations. Know that your consciousness is increasing in vibration every time you do this. And it is through your spiritual bonds with your surroundings and the universe that you will improve every quality of your life. Peace on earth. Humanity often talks about peace on earth. I have an idea how we can start a spiritual bonding practice that will produce peace on earth. If it catches on, it could end prejudice, hate, anger, fear, and other negative feelings that prevent peace. Once a day, sit down in a public place where there are many people, but not everybody walking to and fro. A park is a good example. Do the 3 breaths to center yourself. And then let your eyes drift around and fall upon someone who's in one place long enough for you to concentrate on them. Focus on this person, turning off all of your thoughts, feelings, and preconceived ideas about who they are due to their appearance. Just see them as a soul. Feel your mind move into the familiar position of neutrality that allows you to begin a spiritual bonding. Create the thought of unconditional love in your mind and let it flow to that person. Keep your eyes out of focus and know or see or feel or sense that the energy of your unconditional love is actually flowing to them and then surrounding their aura and then entering their aura. For some with higher concentration, they may no longer see a physical person. They may only see a vibrating aura. Their color, size, gender, looks, clothing, anything they normally perceive will disappear as your perception turns from the material to spiritual awareness. When we see others as spiritual beings, we cannot feel any hatred, anger, or prejudice. Their soul may return energy impulses to you, and that spiritual bonding connects you two together. Within an instant, you can feel the awareness that lets you know that you are both creatures of cosmic creation consciousness, and you are now connected in a positive way. In this state, you share love and peace for one another. You may wish to do this with many people, spending perhaps 90 seconds with each one. And when you are ready to return to your normal daily life, you know you have raised your vibration, raised their vibration, and raised the vibration of the whole of humanity, preparing the way for world peace. Pass it on. The Pleadian Mission, a time of awareness, by Randolph Winters. Part 11. The story of Emmanuel, Yeshua, Jesus. In our search for our identity and our role in cosmic creation consciousness, we humans have created religions and different belief structures in order to explain the reason for our existence. All religions are humanity's attempt at explaining the meaning of life. Throughout our history, the meaning of our lives has been explained through the use of idols, myths, sun gods, bird gods, and countless other man-made philosophies which have reflected the understanding and intelligence of the times. Humanity must learn the lessons of life step by step. We must challenge, discover, and learn for ourselves in order to evolve. The current time in which we are in, often called the New Age, represents a time for a new paradigm in thinking, a time for us to search out the truth for ourselves. We no longer should listen to religions and philosophers as the absolute authority, but instead perceive their words only as information to be used on our own personal path of discovery, or discarded. In our new paradigm, we will learn to take responsibility for our own individual connections to cosmic creation consciousness. And most importantly, we will learn to find truth for ourselves, universal truths. In this era, there will be no need for a spiritual middleman who will tell us what God wants us to do. Instead, we will all learn to discover the inner truth for ourselves and freely share our inner standings with one another. Learning to face the challenges of life and taking 100% accountability for our actions is truly one of the greatest lessons to be learned at this time. The leaders of the future will have to teach this concept through role modeling by example. In ancient times, people thought that gods ruled the earth, but today humanity is on our own to discover our spiritual place in cosmic creation consciousness. In the New Age, humanity is getting in touch with our spirit and finding out we are already and always were part of cosmic creation consciousness. This is strictly the opposite teaching of the Abrahamic religions and quite possibly many other religions as well. We are becoming aware that we are more than just a physical body. We also have a spiritual energy within us, the soul, the spirit, whatever you can call it, which is permanently connected to creation itself. This spirit or soul is an active part of our day-to-day existence that requires a new understanding and appreciation. As we learn more about cosmic creation consciousness, we learn that our spirit has unique powers which include telepathy, telekinesis, future and past visions, and most importantly, the ability to communicate directly with cosmic creation consciousness, as well as other beings of higher consciousness that may be in our dimension or other dimensions. This is going to require new kinds of education, new methods, and new thinking. We are asking questions that the old paradigms cannot answer. The need for a new practical method of understanding our spiritual self and applying it to our day-to-day lives is here. And religion does not have the answers. If we were to look at the average person of 2,000 years ago, it's not hard to see how valuable organized religion was for them. It was a time of chaos, when humanity was badly in need of some kind of organized plan by which they could live their lives. Religion provided this through organizing a logical method of explaining God and the meaning of humanity's life. First, we had the 10 Commandments by which humanity could begin to rule themselves. Here were basic laws of living that everyone could understand and live by. Then, through the life and teachings of the man we came to call Jesus, people began to understand their connection to God and developed a reason for being and felt closer to cosmic creation consciousness. Their lives then became richer and more meaningful. Religion was born when these teachings were put together to form the New Testament. Boop. The Christian religion was born hundreds of years later when these teachings were put together to form the New Testament. Just like in Egypt, where the sun god Ra reflected the understandings of the time, the Christian religion was formed as a reflection of the understandings of its time and the goals of its creators. Now nearly 2,000 years have passed, and as we prepare to enter this new age, even deeper, a more complex and sophisticated understanding is required. The Abrahamic religions in their original forms have outlived themselves and can no longer provide the answers to our questions. We must turn inward to find the answers to our deepest questions, and we will find them by connecting to cosmic creation consciousness. While growing up, my parents were very involved in the Episcopal Church. I was an acolyte, an assistant to the priest, and I almost had the entire communion ceremony memorized at a young age. My upbringing was very normal for the Midwest of America, and I was taught Christianity just like everyone else in the community. As I got older, I began to question things and wanted to know more. Business trips had led me to Japan, China, Europe, and Egypt, and I was exposed to many different views and understandings. I discovered that not everyone thought the same way or believed in the same thing. There are more philosophies, beliefs, and religions than there are countries. Everywhere you go, you will find a new explanation for the meaning of life. It was fascinating to learn new things, leading me to read a book about Jesus living in India. During my stay at the Semyase Silver Star Center, I spent a lot of time reading both Billy's contact notes and several other books that I had brought with me. One of them was a book called Jesus Lived in India, that had been given to me by a friend just before I left. It was all about the life of Jesus Christ and was centered on an investigation by a German historian named Holger Kirstein, who claimed that Jesus survived the crucifixion and lived in India for many, many years afterwards. The book was his detailed report of years of research in Israel, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and India, where he had uncovered the path taken by Jesus after the crucifixion. His story told of the search he embarked upon to find out the truth about Jesus. He followed the path that Jesus had taken after the crucifixion. which led the historian through several countries where he discovered old scrolls and writings that described the man and his teachings. This book ended up with evidence to support the idea that Jesus had spent his last years in a place called Srinagar, India, where he had raised a family and passed away at a very old age. I found the book fascinating, and it was written so well, with all of his arguments so well supported, that in a court of law the author would surely win his case. Intrigued by what I read, I was anxious to find out if the Pleadian material would either substantiate or repudiate the book. I knew that Billy had asked Semyase many questions about religion, God, and Jesus, and that he was very well informed on this subject. Since the Pleiadians have the technical ability to move in time and see history for themselves, they have the ultimate knowledge of personal experience. Whatever information they may have passed on to Billy would surely be closer to the truth than any other sources, if not the precise truth. It's quite easy to say that very few events in history have had as much impact on humanity as the life and death of Jesus. The life of Emmanuel, Yeshua, Jesus Christ. I found Billy in the kitchen having some lunch. He knew I had been reading this book for many days, and I think he was just waiting for me to show up with all my questions. I grabbed a couple of pieces of paper off the radio and sat down. I think my first question was about what Jesus really looked like, and Billy just took it from there. He started off by reminding me that Jesus was not his real name. The man we think of as Jesus was really born with the name Emmanuel, which means God with us. Throughout his lifetime, he was never called Jesus Christ. That name was given to him possibly in the year 189 AD by those who were still forming Christianity, and maybe finally cemented in the year 325 AD at the Council of Nicaea. It was also during this time that the teachings of Emmanuel were being rewritten, probably to the best of their knowledge, but there seems to be clearly some subterfuge and hidden agendas of the compilers of the New Testament. In early Christian writings, Emmanuel was spelled Emmanuel, and it still is found in many hymn books by this spelling. In the old language of the Lyrans, which is still used by the Pleiadians, the spelling was with a J, so Billy referred to him as Emmanuel, Jmmanuel. The J with the Y sound, just like in Semyase. The image most of us have of Emmanuel is that of a young man with long blonde hair, thin and small-boned, possibly blue eyes. Billy had me stand up, and taking a few seconds to think about it while looking me over, he said that Emmanuel was actually about 5'11" and weighed about 175 pounds at the time of his crucifixion. He had black, curly hair and was large-boned with big hands. His skin was tanned, and he had the look of a working man who was outside in the sun every day. His birth. The Pleiadians wanted to make it perfectly clear that Emmanuel was an earth-born human being who lived and died as all humans do. His life was that of a prophet who fought for the truth about the meaning of life. He became well educated through the wisdom of the Pleadians, among others. Through the force and wisdom of his own spirit, he found the will to fulfill his mission and bring knowledge of humanity's intimate and permanent connection to cosmic creation consciousness. His birth had been caused by the Pleiadians at the request of Pleihos, the last Pleiadian leader on Earth. Pleihos wanted to return to the Pleiades to live out the rest of his days, so he decided to leave behind a prophet who could carry on the teachings of cosmic creation consciousness and the lessons of life. There were no longer any gods ruling over Earth, so Pleihos asked for permission from the Pleiadian spiritual council to procreate the spirit of Emmanuel, and permission was granted. In Emmanuel's case, his spirit was too highly evolved to be born to normal Earth parents, so it was decided that his father would be a Pleiadian man of higher evolution. Thus, a Pleiadian man named Gabriel was chosen to be the father, and an Earth woman named Mary was chosen to carry the child. She was one of the old Lyran spirits who is living on Earth, and her genetics would support the higher evolution of the incoming soul. Although we were not told the means by which Gabriel impregnated Mary, due to the other factors in his life, it would most likely have been by every normal means that all humans are created. It is also said that Gabriel explained to Mary how important it was to help with the birth of this most special soul coming in. She agreed, and the spirit of Emmanuel came into the fetus in her body. Mary at that time was betrothed to a man named Joseph, who, when hearing of this special impregnation, broke out in a rage and would have nothing to do with it. He was planning to leave Mary and cancel their wedding plans. Understanding how Joseph felt, Gabriel came to him and explained the importance of this event, and that the God that ruled over earth had commanded this event to happen, referring to Pleihos. Joseph was a God-fearing man and calmed down and went through with his plans to wed Mary. Emmanuel was actually born in a manger, just as the Bible says, for there really was no room at the inn. Throughout his life, Emmanuel was aware of his true biological father, the Pleadian Gabriel, who visited him on several occasions. Yeshua, Emmanuel, knew that his father was not a god and had been ordered by the Pleiadian spiritual leaders who ruled over earth at that time to bring him into life. The knowledge of the Pleiadians was that of the heavenly gods, but they chose to merely observe, for it was the initiation of the time for the people of earth to learn self-reliance and discover their spiritual connection to cosmic creation consciousness. There would be no more heavenly gods or extraterrestrials from other planets on earth. When Emmanuel tried to explain this through his teachings over many years, he discovered that the people of earth had become accustomed to being ruled by a god. So the idea of taking responsibility for themselves would come very slowly. Emmanuel's birthday, by the way, is actually what we would call February 3rd. We do not know the year. Emmanuel had the special gift of seeing into the future. He was aware of what the future held for him. He knew exactly what was going to happen. And he knew that his teachings and how humanity would interpret them would be distorted. He also knew his name would be changed and how the leaders of what would become the Christian Church would call him the one and only Son of God, instead of understanding that his father was from the Pleiades and was a flesh and blood human just like all of us, and more importantly, all humanity is the son and daughters of cosmic creation consciousness. Emmanuel, Yeshua's teachings were of cosmic creation consciousness and of the eternal spirit that is a permanent part of all humans. But at a young age, he knew how humanity would attack his lessons and change them into a false religion. Humanity still needed a God to rule them. They were not ready to be responsible for themselves, and this is still lingering 2,000 years later. Too many lessons of life had to be unlearned before humanity could properly understand the teachings of Yeshua, Emmanuel. But still, even knowing the future that would come to him, Yeshua perceived that his life was very worthwhile, and his words would provide the truth which would endure for all times on earth. Eventually, Emmanuel's true teachings would once again surface in the future, serving as a guide to those who were ready to take the spiritual accountability for themselves and therefore lead the people of earth into times of peace and prosperity. Emmanuel traveled to India at an early age, 13, and began his studies there. He practiced meditation and learned the lessons of life from the great thinkers of that time. The knowledge of the East had been passed down for thousands of years, since the time of Atlantis, when it was well known that the sons and daughters from the stars populated the earth. On several occasions he was visited by his father, the Pleadian Gabriel, who guided him and instructed him in the use of his own spiritual powers, which would serve him very well during his later life, and especially the crucifixion. Truly, he was well aware of all of the events of his future, and he felt no need to try to change them. He was born as a human being, and as such, he would live and fulfill his mission. The power of his soul could easily see into the future and allowed him to know his destiny. He knew that as a human being, he would have his bodily death at the age of 115 years old. The coming event of his crucifixion would change none of that, for the occurrence would only be bodily pain for him, which would be dispersed by the force of his inner will. Then he would finish his mission. All of the hate levied against him did not keep him from his path. The truth was more important than any pain his physical body might feel. He knew he would be tortured, but the truth and his soul would not be harmed. The writings of Emmanuel. I was interested in any teachings that Emmanuel, Yeshua, may have written in his own lifetime that the Pleiadians knew about. Growing up as a Christian, I was aware of the Gospels of Matthew and Mark and how the New Testament had been centered around them, but I wanted to know why there was not any original writings by Emmanuel, Yeshua himself, so we could know what his real thoughts were. Billy had asked these same questions of the Pleadians and had been told that during Emmanuel's time there were very few who could read or write, so the necessity to write down his teachings was minimal. He planned to do it after the crucifixion, knowing he would survive it and return to India. In India, he had learned the lessons of spirit, and living a long and prosperous life were ahead of him. Before the crucifixion, much of his teachings were written down by a man named Judas Iscariot, who was his scribe and a very good friend, not his betrayer as is commonly taught. The Pleiadians also wanted to make it clear that these teachings were merely being handed down by Emmanuel, for he had learned them himself from his Pleiadian father, Gabriel, and the learned men of India who had taught him so well during his early years of living there. This is Crispy chiming in here. I also do believe that before the age of 13, when Emmanuel left for India, he was raised by the Essenes and taught all that they knew, much of which was based on Eastern and Indian philosophies, by the way. Back to Randy. Yeshua's teachings were written down by Judas Iscariot and buried in a safe place for the future. The writings were also added to by Yeshua, Emmanuel's son, Joseph, and they made it through the ages, so the truth would endure for posterity. Emmanuel's father, the Pleadian Gabriel, and other Pleiadians would see to it that these writings would be found in the future and become accessible to the earth human beings. But Emmanuel, Yeshua, even knew that 2,000 years later, when those documents were found, humanity would still not be quite ready enough, and it would take many, many, many more years before the grain of truth would find enough nourishable soil. Judas was not the betrayer. Judas Iscariot was not the betrayer of Emmanuel, as we have been told over the years. One of Judas's scripts was stolen so that it could be used as evidence against Emmanuel by a Pharisee's son by the name of Judah Iscariot. He secretly stole the script from a bag of Judas Iscariot and sold it for 70 silver coins to the scribes and Pharisees who had been pursuing Emmanuel for a long time. This would enable them to accuse Emmanuel of blasphemy. Judas Iscariot would have to rewrite that text another time and preserve it well to endure. The father of the thief, Judah Iscariot, who was also a real traitor, wanted to hide his son's guilt and protect the family name. So he announced that the traitor was the scribe of Emmanuel, named Judas Iscariot. Because of his power and wealth and standing in the community, the father of Judah Iscariot's words were believed. This story also worked well for the scribes and Pharisees, as the people would now be told that someone from Emmanuel's own ranks had betrayed him and surrendered him for death on the cross. This was a complete lie. So the people would always wonder how Yeshua's, Emmanuel's own lessons could be truthful if his own follower would betray him and sell him out. The Crucifixion. Emmanuel was brought before Pontius Pilate, who did not want to sentence him, leaving it up to the people, who feverishly yelled for his blood. He was to be crucified on the cross along with 2 murderers. As the crowd yelled and screamed, he was beaten badly. Most of Emmanuel's ribs were broken, and he could not even stand up. He was not able to carry the cross, which was done by a man called Simon. At a place called Golgotha, he was nailed to the cross and then raised into the air for all to see. It was most unusual for anyone to be nailed to the cross. It was customary to be tied. But the crowd and the soldiers had been whipped into a frenzy of hate by the high priests of the Romans. Soon after Emmanuel had been put up on the cross, a terrible storm started that filled the sky with blackness that lasted for 3 hours. At the end of the storm, Emmanuel's head had fallen forward because he was in a coma, causing the soldiers to think he was dead. A lance was used to pierce his lower stomach to see if he was still alive, and when blood mixed with water came out, the soldier felt he was dead. He called out that Emmanuel was dead. In the crowd was Joseph of Arimathea, who was a follower of Emmanuel. He knew that Emmanuel was not dead, but had slipped into a coma brought on by the broken bones and the terrible beating. Joseph of Arimathea immediately asked for and received permission from Pontius Pilate to take Emmanuel down from the cross and bury him. He found some friends of Emmanuel's from India who were there, and with their help took him to Joseph's family tomb. It had a secret entrance, so he and the men from India could come and go as they pleased without being noticed by the soldiers who had been left to guard the entrance. It took 3 days for Emmanuel's health to return to the point where he could walk again. He had been nursed very well by the men from India, who had brought with them special oils and salves which helped to revive him along with their other spiritual treatments. After Emmanuel, Yeshua had left the tomb on the 3rd day through the secret back entrance. There was a great roar in the air, and a bright light appeared, out of which stepped Gabriel, Yeshua's Pleadian father. He put the guarding soldiers to sleep, rolled back the great stone that covered the entrance, and let Emmanuel's mother, Mary, and Mary Magdalene into the tomb to see that he was gone. The Marys were told to go into the city and tell Emmanuel's disciples that his body had risen, and to meet him on the road to Galilee, but not to tell anyone else. They also did not tell the disciples that he was actually alive. Emmanuel appeared 2 more times before the disciples, once in the room where they had gathered a few days before to celebrate what is called the Last Supper, and then again on the road to Galilee. He then disappeared and was dropped off by his father in Syria, and lived in Damascus for a while without being recognized. Emmanuel and Saul. It was at this time that he was joined by his brother Thomas and his mother Mary. His brother informed him of the terrible things that were being done to his followers by Saul. Emmanuel told him not to worry, he would take care of it. Saul would later be known as Paul, and for the most part, he was responsible for the creation of Christianity. It was his understanding of Emmanuel's teachings that survived to help form the New Testament. Thomas informed Emmanuel that Saul had become a bitter enemy and was issuing threats against any who would believe in Yeshua. He was even writing letters to the synagogues in neighboring countries to find any who would follow Emmanuel's teachings so he could bring them to Jerusalem for persecution and torture. Emmanuel decided to take care of Saul himself and formed a plan. He knew that Saul was on his way to Damascus, so he planned to confront him on the road and teach him a lesson he would not forget. Since Saul and everyone else believed Emmanuel to be dead, he would think he was seeing a ghost. Emmanuel prepared some secret things, powders, salve, and liquids, and left the city and hid partway along the road to Damascus, waiting for Saul. During the night he saw a group of men approaching and could see Saul among them. Emmanuel started a fire, mixed it with his special preparation that created a tremendously bright light which blinded the group. As the smoke covered the men on the road, Emmanuel yelled out so that Saul could hear him and barely see him, but he knew it was him. Hearing the voice of Emmanuel and seeing a shadowy figure, Saul knew he was seeing his ghost and became terrified. Emmanuel continued to speak through the smoke, telling Saul to go into the city and let his disciples teach him how to live. Emmanuel then disappeared into the night and headed to Damascus. Saul and all of his men thought they'd heard Yeshua's ghost and were frozen with fear. They could not imagine how Emmanuel could be speaking to them from the grave. Scared and confused, they continued on to Damascus. A disciple of Emmanuel's preached to Saul the new teachings so that he would slowly understand. Still terrified, though, Saul was confused and therefore didn't understand very much. Saul was of the belief, as were the high priests of the time, that once you died, it was possible to resurrect the dead, but they did not believe in reincarnation. Because of that, when Saul heard the sound of Emmanuel's voice and saw the shadows and light, he thought he had been resurrected and began to use this in his teachings. This is where the idea originated that Emmanuel arose from the dead and was resurrected. Saul, of course, had no idea that Emmanuel had not died and had only tricked him. Emmanuel, his brother Thomas, his friend and scribe Judas Iscariot, and his mother then began the long trip to India. During that time he preached in many places and often had to flee because his speeches were still so revolutionary that people rejected him. That is why his journey to India took several years and was connected with hardships. In the country which today is called West Pakistan, way up in the north, near the last foothills of the western Himalaya mountains, his mother became very ill and died when Emmanuel was about 38 years old. She was buried in a little town which today is still called Meier, Pakistan. A small stone monument marks her grave where she lies. After he lost his mother, Emmanuel traveled to the area known as Kashmir, which crosses the northern part of India, where he continued to spread his teachings further. When he was about 45 years old, he married a young, pretty woman who bore him numerous offspring. Like every normal head of a family, he decided to settle down and raise his children, living in Srinagar, India, which is located in the northernmost part of the country. From there, he made many journeys and kept on preaching his new teachings. And at the age of 115, he died a natural death and was buried outside of town in a small, unmarked grave. Judas Iscariot had died at about the age of 90 and was buried at a place not far from Srinagar. The firstborn son of Emmanuel, called Joseph, wrote down his father's story and left India after his death. After a 3-year journey, he settled in Jerusalem to live out his remaining days. He brought with him the original scrolls of his father's teachings and hid them in the tomb in which Emmanuel had originally lain, owned by the family of Joseph of Arimathea. He knew this would be the safest place. The Talmud of Emmanuel. It wasn't until 1963 that the Pleadians led a Greek Catholic priest named Rashid to the site where the scrolls were buried. The writings had been placed into resin and were kept in a crystalline box given to Emmanuel by his father, the Pleadian Gabriel, when he was very young, just for this purpose. Written in Old Aramaic script, the scrolls were found under a large flat rock where they had been hidden almost 2,000 years earlier by Emmanuel's son, Joseph. Rashid began translating the scrolls from Aramaic into German and making copies, for he knew it would be his job to bring them to the world. The scrolls were long and contained over 120 chapters of information. So far, he had only sent 36 of them to Billy in Switzerland. Hiding out in Baghdad with his family, the good priest was being followed by assassins from both the Christian and Jewish faiths who had heard about his translations. Fleeing for his life to Lebanon, he camped there with his family in a refugee camp. But he and his family were found by the Jewish military, who attacked the camp and slaughtered most of the people there. However, Rashid and his family escaped the massacre and fled into the night, but lost all the scrolls. Shortly afterward, the priest and his family were murdered by a terrorist gang who machine-gunned them down in hatred. Only the 36 chapters which he had originally translated survived in Billy's hands. The fate of the original scrolls is unknown. However, it's quite likely they were all destroyed. The first 36 have been translated into English and today are available in a small book called The Talmud of Emmanuel. Published by Wildflower Press in America, it also comes with a companion book called Celestial Teachings, written by Dr. James Deardorff, a Christian historian. This book is the result of 6 years of study of the Talmud of Emmanuel to determine its validity. The Lord's Prayer. In school and in church, most of us learned what we were told was the Lord's Prayer. In the Talmud of Emmanuel, we read it in a slightly different way. Emmanuel was trying to teach those around him how to become aware of their spirit within and their connection to cosmic creation consciousness. No one quite understood the concept of meditation that he was trying to teach them, but instead they thought it was a prayer to God to help them. What we know as the Lord's Prayer was distorted. The version written down in the Talmud of Emmanuel is a meditation called My Spirit. Here it is, in its original form, taken from the Talmud of Emmanuel, reprinted with permission from the publisher. My Spirit. My Spirit, you are omnipotent, unlimited, and eternal. Your name is sacred, holy, and divine. May your kingdom be incarnated in me and through me. May your power reveal itself within me, on earth and in the heavens. Give me today my daily bread, and thus let me recognize my needs, as I shall recognize the truth. Allow me to not be led into temptation and confusion, and deliver me from error. For yours is the kingdom within me, and the power and knowledge forever. Amen. The Pleadian Mission, A Time of Awareness by Randolph Winters. Part 12, Q&A. Who was Quetzalcoatl? He was a very high-ranking Pleiadian officer that was exercising control over Egypt for some time. He was wise and kind and was often sent on special missions to other places. One of the missions took him to Mexico, where he was praised as a god by the Aztecs. He came into contact with Huitzilopochtli, a leader of the Gize people, who had led the Aztecs into creating the ritual of human sacrifice. Quetzalcoatl was against these rituals, and a bitter feud developed for power. In the end, Huitzilopochtli was able to drive Quetzalcoatl out, forcing his return to Egypt. Are there ETs living under Mount Shasta in California? Today, under a mountain in Northern California, there exists a race of extraterrestrials called Hyperboreans. The mountain is Mount Shasta. The entrance to their city is high on the eastern side of the mountain and is inaccessible to most humans. Their ships are gold in color and are sometimes seen entering or leaving the mountain. These are a white-skinned race of people who usually have long, curly, blonde hair. They sometimes come out of the mountain to the local towns, but they are very shy toward Earth people. They are the descendants of the ancient Hyperboreans who came to Earth over 30,000 years ago. What is the purpose of an ice age? Known to us as a glacial period, this is a natural event in the development of Gaia. We have to accept the fact that the planet is a living entity, and it must evolve just as we must. This is done through the event called an ice age, or glacial period. This is a natural process covering entire regions, or sometimes the entire planet, with ice. Temperatures plummet, and changes occur in atmospheric pressure as well. As all planets age, they go through this sleeping and waking cycle. The ice age is a sleep cycle. Ice ages occur in rhythmic patterns in accordance with the size and type of planet. The time of an ice age can be determined by simple mathematics. On Earth, the cycle lasts about 700,000 years, which means that every 700,000 years, a certain region or much more of the Earth will fall into an ice age and cover from 1/6 to 1/4 of the entire surface of the planet. The periods in between are interglacial periods, where from 1/10 to 1/12 of the Earth will be covered in ice. We have had 4 glacial periods in the last 3 million years, and we are only 150,000 years past the previous ice age, therefore 550,000 years from the next great glacial period. Who built the statues on Easter Island? The occurrences of statues on Easter Island are connected to the city of Tiahuanaco, the pre-Incan culture that existed 300 BC to 900 AD, chiefly in Peru and Bolivia. Even though they are more than 3,000 miles apart, they were ruled by the same leader and represent the last colonization of ETs in this area around 13,000 years ago. Out of this group came a semi-Ishwish leader named Viracocha, who was very greedy for power. He conquered the 12,000-foot-high city of Tiahuanaco, and then settled on a small island in the Easter Island range called Mott, which means bird in their old language. He and his followers were Lyrans with giant bodies about 30 feet tall. They taught the local natives how to use their highly developed machines, which were then used by the natives out of tribute to construct the statues that we see today on Easter Island. Similar events also happened in Peru, near the sites of Pisco, Nazca, and Sacsayhuaman. On lava walls on Easter Island, there are reproductions of spaceships that were made by the local people who lived there. These were attempts at telling the story of Viracocha and his reign over them. After several thousand years, the giants suddenly became ill from disease and fled the earth in their ships, taking all their technology with them. What planet they traveled to is not known. It may be possible they died in their ships. Who were the giants and gods of Greek mythology? Over the years, many races of titans have colonized many parts of the world. Some of the ancient Lyrans who came to Earth were 25 to 35 feet tall. Many of the Greek gods were among these. Hercules was 11 feet tall. He and many of the Greek gods were descendants of the Hyperboreans. Noah was around 12 feet tall, and Adam was almost 16 feet tall. The great god of the Sumerians, Gilgamesh, was more than 24 feet tall. Many of our ancestors were giants who, by interbreeding and adjusting to Earth's atmosphere and foods, their progeny have become our-sized. Additionally, ancient dwarf races are likewise becoming larger as they evolve. After adjusting to their planet, the present-day Pleadians, whose ancestors were also giants, are about the same size we are. The three great Egyptian pyramids. The age of the pyramids has always puzzled the historians and scientists because the clues left behind for examination are confusing. The Great Pyramid of Giza, sometimes called Cheops or the Giza Pyramid, stands just south of Cairo on a great plateau of land along with two other pyramids which are smaller but built at different times by different techniques. The Great Pyramid or Giza Pyramid covers 13 acres using 6.5 million tons of stone and stands 481 feet tall with its capstone in place. It was built 73,500 years ago, at a time when the constellation Ra stood in the star sign that we now call Cancer. At the time the Giza Pyramid was built, there were also two other pyramids built of the exact same design and for the same purpose. One of them is in China and is buried deep under the ground. It may not be discovered for quite some time. There's also another one somewhere in South America that is just below the surface of the ground, but it may be discovered sooner. The pyramids were built by a group of Lyrans who designed them for their own needs. When their race destroyed itself at one point, the Great Pyramid stood uncared for and ignored for thousands of years. It wasn't until 300 years before the Great Flood that once again the pyramid was of interest. By the way, the Great Flood is incorrectly thought to be around 9,000 years ago, but the Pleiadian information tells us that it was really in what we would call the year 8104 BC. So 10,130 years ago. It was during this time that there lived a king named Saluk, who had a son named Saurid, who had the gift of seeing the future and often informed his father of events that would come to pass. Saurid had a dream that a great planet would come dangerously close to the Earth, causing tremendous noise and darkness. Earth would be thrown into great upheavals of water, avalanches, and darkness. The loss of life would be great. Saurid told his father of the dream and of the consequences. Knowing that his son had a great gift of vision, the wise king counseled with his scientists to verify the time this event would happen. It was discovered that a great comet was indeed going to come very close to Earth, causing the events of the dream to happen in about 300 years from when he predicted them. It was decided to warn the people of the future by leaving a message on the pyramid. By order of the king, the story of the dream was handed down from one king to the next, who all prepared the pyramid as a place of refuge. Lime mortar was used to cover the pyramid so that it would be safe from the water. Once the mortar had sealed the entire pyramid, the story of the dream was pressed into the side of the pyramid so the people of the future could not miss it. When the time came and the great destroyer comet was approaching the earth, the people took heed and went into and under the pyramid for shelter. The events of the dream came true, for the comet turned the earth on its axis and caused great flooding and destruction all over the planet. The area of Egypt was flooded and was underwater for several years. Most of the people of the earth were killed, and only a few managed to survive in large underground caverns that had been hollowed out under the pyramid. Thousands of people were able to live for many years in the subterranean world until the waters subsided. Once again, the pyramid had served a useful purpose. Historians have been misled by the material which covers the surface of the pyramid and by documents and writings which tell of the pyramid being built by the Egyptians. It was built by the ancient sons and daughters of the first star travelers to Earth, the Lyrans. The pyramids were only been remodeled by the Egyptians on a few occasions to meet their own needs, including the future which still faces us today. Because of their great knowledge, the Pyramid of Giza was built with the mathematical ability to tell us about coming events, particularly events which will affect us from outer space. The changing position of the Earth and its axis was even taken into consideration, for they felt the need to let us know about certain events to come. A prophecy was built into the pyramid to warn us now. The exact time of this cosmic event is when the solar light of the central sun of the Milky Way, as well as the light from our own sun, falls through a tube-like opening which reaches from the outside of the Giza pyramid to the center in a straight, uninterrupted line and shines on one particular point. More was not told about this, for only those with the ability to unravel and figure out the math would be allowed to know the exact date of the cosmic event. The idea is, if you do not have the wisdom to solve the puzzle or riddle, then you're not ready to be responsible with the answer. Are there ETs living under the Great Pyramid? A group of extraterrestrials originally called the Ba'ath. They are ancestors of the lesser Arusem, who was exiled around 3,300 years ago with 72,000 of his followers. They secretly returned to Earth and hid under the Giza Plateau, which supports the Great Cheops Pyramid. The Great Pyramid had been built by their Lyran ancestors over 73,500 years ago. At that time, it served as the top of a small underground city where they lived. The Ba'ath are a wicked group who would like to rule the earth. For almost 2,000 years, they have tried to take over the earth by controlling the minds of religious and political leaders through telepathic means. For many years, the Ba'ath have controlled many religious leaders, causing confusion and wars among people. They've also caused illusions of religious saints to come into the minds of people, causing them to fall further into delusion and illogical thinking. The Ba'ath caused the Heaven's Gate fiasco in Waldport, Oregon in September of 1975, where people were giving up their worldly possessions to leave Earth in a spaceship. They were told the end of the earth was near and that they could be saved if they all just sold everything or gave everything away and got in the spaceship. After the Pleadians became aware of the interference of the Bephath and their control over the people of Waldport, they intervened and brought the incident to an end. Additionally, an American man named Reinhold Schmidt was being controlled telepathically by the Bephath to believe that he had been in the pyramid to see the crucifixion tools. He was also fooled into thinking that he had a ride in a spaceship to the Arctic. This was all illusion caused by telepathy and the implantation of memories to control the poor man. He was actually not lying because he believed it to be true and had memories of those occurrences. During the year 1976, when these transmissions were made to Billy, 723 persons were under the telepathic control of the Bephath. After causing many problems for the Pleiadians during their mission to Earth, it was decided to remove the Bephath from Earth so they would not be able to cause any more problems for the humans. They were captured and placed on other worlds. One of the Pleiadian leaders, named Ptah, also affected their spirit forms in some fashion, so they would not be able to reincarnate for several thousand years. It was thought that this would, in effect, ensure that they would no longer interfere in the affairs of Earth humans. Was Adolf Hitler influenced by ETs? The Pleiadians say that Adolf Hitler was born a person of great potential. He was not spiritually advanced, but was of very high intelligence. However, his out-of-control ego and desire for power made him an easy prey for the implanted thoughts of the Bephath. He was destined to bring great change to the world through his intellect. The Bephath were able to seize possession of Adolf and use him for their dark and evil purposes, something he could not defend himself against. Many of those around him were also controlled by the Bephath. Hitler became convinced that he was doing the right thing for Earth and set out to create a master race that would bring the world to new heights of civilization. We all know what happened, and he is generally hated by most people without really understanding what had happened. The one we know as Ashtar Shiran was named Aruseak, a commander of an evil leader of the Bephath called Kamagol. In 1937, Aruseak fled the tyranny of Kamagol's rule in his own personal effort to know the truth. He and some of his men left the earth to get away from the power of Kamagol and to make a better life for themselves. Since the Bephath have been driven out of the earth and Kamagol has died, it has been safe for Ashtar to make contact with some people on Earth. He sends information to the minds of many Earth people, but does not really know the truth himself. He is a classic false light teacher. We must be very careful with his information because he still uses the tactics of the Bephath by appealing to those who are seeking a god to worship and who have some forms of weakness in their shadow ego. Using the same methods as his former leaders, he will quite often control Earth people by pretending that Jesus is with him in his spaceship and they are working together for the Earth humans. This is very unfortunate, for many people of Earth prefer to believe in the teachings of Jesus and they are being led astray by the deceptive teachings of Ashtar. There are too many incidents of ETs easily taking advantage of the mindset here on Earth. Where did the moon come from? Millions of years ago, our moon was a fragment of a destroyed planet in our solar system. It was caught by the immense power of the destroyer comet and pulled into our system. The moon was part of a planet that was 4.5 million years older than the Earth. Theories that the moon was once part of the Earth can be easily dispelled by an examination of the minerals found there, which date back 4.5 million years older than anything on Earth. How many people on Earth are in contact with the Pleiadians? As of 1975, the Pleiadians stated that there were 17,422 people on Earth in contact with Pleiadians. These are not physical face-to-face contacts, even though there may be some isolated cases where they may have had a brief physical contact. But these contacts are the result of transmissions by the Pleiadians that can be picked up by Earth people, often in their dreams and without knowing it had anything to do with Pleiadians. It is quite common to receive thoughts or ideas during daydreams as well. It is part of the Pleiadian morality to not ever let the receiving party be aware of the origin of the transmissions or ideas or images, for they feel that would be interfering with their free will and our right to evolve on our own, and would also set up the potential for hero worship or God worship, which they want to avoid strictly. It is also part of their decision not to interfere with developing species on any of the planets they visit. This has been called the concept of the Prime Directive, which the Pleiadians actually gave to Gene Roddenberry without him knowing it. It should be noted that this information was given to us in 1975, and I feel strongly that since then, many people may be aware of the origins of Pleiadian transmissions and may also be in contact physically. And this is Crispy chiming in again. This book was written over 30 years ago, and I do believe much has happened since then. I've also said before in prior videos that the first Pleadian book was published 2 years before this book came out by Barbara Marciniak, Bringers of the Dawn. The subtitle being Teachings from the Pleiadians. The Pleiadians stated to Ms. Marciniak on May 18th, 1988, which was called Stabilizing Gaia on the Mayan calendar, that they were Pleiadians. I shall read from about the author in that book. The Pleiadians are a collective of extraterrestrials from the star system, the Pleiades. They have been speaking through Barbara Marciniak since May 18, 1988, which was Stabilizing Gaia on the Mayan calendar. They say they were conceived on harmonic convergence, which was day 1 of the Mayan calendar, initiating sunrise. And they were birthed in Athens, Greece 9 months later in Barbara Marciniak's hotel room. The Pleiadian collective was originally composed of 75 to 100 entities. Now they often refer to themselves as Pleiadians Plus, indicating a joining of forces with other extraterrestrials. The Pleiadian teachings can be likened to those of shamanism, that ancient body of consciousness that have served as intermediaries between the realms of the physical and the spiritual, leading people to self-discovery in the worlds of paradox, paradigm shifting, and spirituality. Now back to Randolph. For those who are aware of their contact with the Pleiadians, only a few come to the public with their ideas. As we are advancing more into the new age, perhaps more will feel the need to help out by going public with what they are learning. In non-physical contacts, it is very easy to mix your own ideas, wishes, fears, and dreams with the transmitted information from the Pleiadians or any other non-Earth humans or entities of any kind. The human mind is capable of manufacturing almost anything, so great care and personal integrity must be exercised before relaying any information you may have to the public. Sometimes special people may have been contacted for specific tasks that the Pleiadians have in mind. It should be noted that none of those chosen are in any way connected with the government, for this is directly against Pleadian laws. When will Earth have open contact with ETs? The Pleiadians have been watching and observing and sometimes participating in their subtle ways for many thousands of years. There may be physical global contact with the Pleiadians and Earth humans, or possibly another race of extraterrestrials who are humanoid, sometime in the year 2025 to 2035. If this plan for contact comes to fruition, humanity will be contacted and informed several months beforehand. After several transmissions and information and communications about this imminent contact, people will begin to calm down and get used to the idea. Video contact will be the last thing before they arrive and will be shown in every country of the world. Then they will arrive. This is still an open-ended, possible timeline and depends strictly on the social environment of the global human race. Did the atom bomb dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima have any lasting effect on the planet? The end of World War II was brought about by the atomic bomb over Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, called Stabilizing Monkey Keen 251 on the Mayan calendar. Surrender was greatly furthered by August 9th bomb over Nagasaki, Keen 254, reflecting Jaguar Shaman. The Japanese surrendered 6 days later on August 15th, Keen 260, the last day of the Divine Mayan Zolkin calendar, transcending Solar Chief. These atomic bombs had several lasting effects on the planet. To begin with, the explosions had a small but detectable effect on the rotation of the planet. They also affected, therefore, our orbit around the Sun. Scientists have no idea of the far-reaching effects that these two bombs will have on the planet. At the time of the bombs, very large amounts of high-frequency radiation was unleashed, which is still having an effect on the ozone belt around the planet. This is not normal electrical energy, but radiation energy detectable in the ultraviolet field that is currently unknown to the scientists of the Earth. This effect will last for hundreds or possibly thousands of years when combined with all the other nuclear activity, including nuclear radiation leaks and burying depleted uranium, and all of the issues related to nuclear power and nuclear weapons on Earth. Crispy chiming in here. As you may know, I live in Hiroshima. I have friends who were alive at the time of the bomb. I teach their grandchildren English in university. I have been doing grid work ceremonies here, and I am inviting you here to help me do that. Additionally, it is known within certain communities that the 3 nuclear explosions, the first one being at Trinity on July 16th, Keen 230, patient dog, that brought our plight to countless extraterrestrial entities. Now, that may be true. However, it also seems very clear that humanity has been observed throughout history for thousands of years, possibly 300,000. So to say that it was the nuclear weapons that sent out the cries for help is a little bit narrow-minded and maybe the result of trying to make something really positive out of something so negative. I cannot say for sure what is true. However, it does seem clear that some recent military nuclear efforts were stunted or halted by extraterrestrials. However, if that is the case, why didn't they stop Nagasaki or Hiroshima? And why didn't they stop Fukushima? Why didn't they stop Chernobyl? So all of these arguments can only just be conjecture and possibilities. But I don't believe any of us can say definitively what's going on at all. The Pleadian Mission, A Time of Awareness, by Randolph Winters. Part 13. The Death of Semyase. At the center, there is a hallway off the kitchen that leads to a large bathroom shower for those who are working on the farm. On the wall is a color drawing of Semyase walking away from her ship towards Billy. It is not a real picture, it's just a beautiful lifelike representation created by the artist Jim Nickel. I stopped to look at it every day and let my mind ruminate a little on what it would have been like to have been there. To Billy, it's a very important picture, for it reminds him of the lady from the Pleiades who had such an impact on his life. He had spent almost 2 years of his life meeting with her and working out the problems of getting the Pleiadian message to the public. I had heard several rumors that she had died or was killed as her ship flew into the sun or something. Something had happened that caused the Pleiadians to end the contacts, and I was curious to know if Billy felt like talking about it. When I brought it up, he told me the whole sad story of how one small accident changed the course of events of the Pleiadian mission. The story of Semyase. Billy said that his contacts with Semyase had started in January of 1975, and that they had continued almost weekly for about 2 years. Most of these meetings with the off-world visitor had been inside of her beamship hovering somewhere in the Swiss mountains. On their 94th contact, however, she had come to Billy's home for a meeting that would have significant impact on future events for both of them. It was December 15th, 1977, a day called Balancing Dog on the Divine Mayan Zolkeen calendar. Keep that in mind, Balancing Dog. It was on a cold, snowy night, and Billy was entertaining Semyase in the meditation room, located in a specially created building about 30 meters away from the main farmhouse. The family and resident Figu members were all gathered in the kitchen of the main house, discussing how exciting it was that Semyase was so close by. Perhaps they might be even lucky enough to see her leaving, or better yet, maybe there would be a chance to meet her. After all, she had allowed most of them to see her ship on one occasion or another, so the idea of meeting her at last didn't seem too far-fetched. Hanging on the wall was their schedule for meditation, which listed the names of all the members, but no one would be using the meditation room that night. Jacobus was sitting quietly, keeping his thoughts to himself. Billy had told all of them that Semyase was coming tonight and to stay clear of the meditation room so as not to make her uncomfortable. She had extremely acute senses, and she would probably be able to detect anyone nosing around the little building. Her beamship was hovering somewhere directly above the center, shielded from view by the energy screens. Jacobus couldn't help wondering what she really looked like in person. Billy had, of course, described her to everyone. He had even taken a picture of her once, but was forced to promise Semyase that he would not show it to anyone. Jacobus was just thinking to himself, what's the big deal? What harm could it cause just to take a peek through the window and have a look at her? He wasn't thinking of barging in or anything. He just wanted to see the mysterious lady from the Pleiades with his own 2 eyes. The meditation room was very comfortable, as you might imagine from its name. It was a very important place on the farm because it was the center for all the Figu members to meet in. It had become a monument to the rising consciousness of this little group as they studied the lessons given to them by Semyase. Mostly all of them had participated in the building of the room and could imagine just where she would be sitting, right next to the little space heater which warmed the bone-chilling cold Swiss air. It was a real honor that tonight the meditation room was being visited by the very person who had inspired it, and all of them gathering and creating the Figu group. Her being there somehow gave them all a feeling of approval and acceptance. Inside of the meditation room, Billy and Semyase were very comfortably seated. Billy was listening intently. Semyase had met him here on some matter of importance that couldn't wait. She was just about to tell Billy the purpose of her visit when suddenly she stopped, held very still, and looked around as if something was wrong. She thought she heard someone knock at the door, and she asked Billy if he heard anything. Billy cocked his ear and tried to listen for what she had heard, but could detect nothing. He remarked that she must have been mistaken, but Semyase said she was sure someone was at the door, and she got up to leave. As she stood up and moved away from her chair, she accidentally caught her foot on the table leg and tripped over the small space heater sitting on the floor. Billy quickly turned around in time to see her fall and hit her head against the wall just at the exact moment her hand was pressing the small apparatus around her waist that caused her to dematerialize and return to her ship. Billy was very disturbed by this, and being left alone in the room, he moved to the door to see if someone was actually there. Semyase had seemed so sure of herself, but Billy had heard nothing. And there was Jacobus, hiding just outside the door in hopes of catching a glimpse of the Star Lady. Billy was understandably very upset with Jacobus because he had embarrassed himself and ruined the meeting. Jacobus said he was sorry, he only wanted to take a look, he didn't mean any harm. He had hoped no one would detect him, and he could just steal a glance and be gone. But instead, it was Semyase that was gone. It wasn't until 2 days later that Billy was visited by a worried-looking Quetzal, the base commander for the underground complex in Switzerland. His pale, lime-white expression caused Billy to inquire about his health. But it wasn't his health that was on his mind. He asked Billy to explain what had happened on the evening of the 15th, when Semyase had been present in the meditation room. The manner of his speech and his attitude gave Billy a shock. Something was wrong, he was sure of it. For 2 days the whole affair had bothered him, of course. He was concerned about Jacobus messing things up, and then there was the nagging feeling that something might be wrong with Semyase. He had seen her hit her head on the wall, but then she dematerialized and returned to her ship. Billy did the best he could to recount the evening to Quetzal. He told him how Jacobus had hidden outside the door, hoping to see Semyase, and that she had become alarmed and left the room. As he was explaining how he had seen her hit her head against the wall, a sudden wave of anxiety came over him. Because now he knew why Quetzal had such a sick look on his face. Semyase must have been hurt much worse than he had thought. This would explain why he hadn't heard from her 2 days after leaving so quickly. She had come to talk about something important. It only made sense that she would have contacted him soon afterward. Additionally, Quetzal had been waiting for Semyase to return to the base 2 nights ago, for he knew she was having a meeting with Billy in the meditation room. He was the base commander and watched over Semyase like she was his own child. When she didn't come back or even send a message, he had gone looking for her, only to discover her lying in her ship, which was still hovering undetected above the farm. She had broken her arm and a heavy fracture at the base of her skull. She was in a coma and close to death. Quetzal immediately transported her body into his ship and took off for their home planet of Era for medical attention. She had been lying in her ship for a few hours with serious brain damage, and the trip to the Pleiades was still a 7-hour journey. Upon arriving at Era, Semyase was taken directly to their scientists, doctors, who, unfortunately, could not treat her. There was too much damage to the brain, and she had been without medical help for about 12 hours at that time. They had done their best to take out the damaged brain tissue, but were powerless to do any more. Once her situation had at least been stabilized, Semyase was frozen. Her father, Ptah, had made a desperate call to their friend, Asket, who was the representative for a highly evolved race of being called the Timmers, who were from a neighboring universe the Pleadians referred to as the Dal universe. Technologically, they were far more advanced than the Pleiadians and might have a way of saving her that was beyond the science of Era. It was soon discovered that Asket and her people could do nothing either, but they encouraged everyone to not give up. They had an idea that might work to save Semyase's life. They knew a race of people called the Sonas, who had an understanding of life far beyond the Asket people. If they could somehow get in touch with them, perhaps they could come to Semyase's aid. Asket was successful, and within a few moments, several beings called Sonas suddenly appeared in the medical room on Era, where Semyase's body lay. They had not traveled by ship, but just appeared, as if they had projected themselves across the far reaches of a universe just by the sheer power of their own minds. Their medical methods were unusual, to say the least, for they offered no explanations and set to work immediately, needing no help from the scientists, doctors of Era. After making sure the dead parts of Semyase's brain had been removed, they took the frozen brain amino acids from her and inserted it into some kind of artificially produced plasma proton that they had brought with them. This was then put inside her skull, which they sealed. Within minutes, Semyase returned to consciousness with no memory of the last 42 hours or of what had happened to her. She simply opened her eyes and brought a sigh of relief to everyone in the room, and the life force raced through her body and let everyone know that she was going to be all right. Semyase was back from the dead, and the men from Sonas disappeared as quietly as they had come, returning to their home world somewhere off in another universe without so much as speaking a word. It was a very long week for Billy before he once again heard from Quetzal. Fearing Semyase was dead, he waited patiently at the location that he had been led to by the telepathic impulses from Quetzal and watched for the familiar silver disc that would soon dash out of the sky. He noticed the birds begin to rustle in the trees and take flight, and within a few moments his old friend from the Pleiades had arrived, sort of like a family reunion. Quetzal quickly reassured Billy that Semyase was well. He apologized for taking a whole week to make it back to Earth, but he had been delayed from many things that he had to do in consequence of Semyase's accident. One of these was finding a replacement for Semyase at the base in Switzerland. This would be a man named Isados, who would be there for about 6 or 7 months helping out. He was completely unfamiliar with Earth and with the work that Semyase had been doing with Billy, so it had been decided that Billy would not have any contact with Isados, and that he, Quetzal, and the two ladies named Menara and Pleia would continue on with the task of instructing Billy until such time as Semyase might again be ready to take up her duties. This change would cause some problems for Billy, for he had been working with Semyase on several problems concerning certain members of the Figu group. This would now come to a halt because Quetzal had no knowledge of these things. Billy was even more let down to find out that when Semyase did return, she would probably not be able to resume all of her duties, for part of her recovery was to take it easy and not challenge her brain too much. She would need some time for the implanted plasma to heal into and become a new part of her brain. And she was to rest and relax as much as possible. It had been decided that she would not engage in any work that would be too challenging mentally. Even though the healers, the Soneans, were very advanced, the transformation of the artificial protoplasm would take 3 to 4 years before it would become a fully natural part of her brain. The brain, of course, is the central steering mechanism of all humans in the universe, and because of this, all brains need special energy supply. This is the cosmic electrical energy of life that nourishes and feeds the brain material as well as the soul. It should be made clear that this life force provides nourishment, but no impulses for healing or regeneration. Because of this, if a brain becomes damaged or sick or hurt, it is not capable of regenerating or healing itself. This is universal for all humans. Semjase's brain now contained the artificial plasma put there by the Soneans, which restored the use of her brain and allowed the life force to flow once again through her. Part of the programming of this artificial plasma was to heal the brain by transforming the plasma into real brain matter that would be accepted by the cosmic electrical life force, essentially becoming exactly the same as her prior brain within 3 to 4 years. Until this tragic event, the Pleadians had no knowledge of the existence of the Soneans. So little was known except these few details which they had learned in the past few days. The Soneans are from the Dal universe, which is adjacent to our universe. Their lifespan is around 2,300 years. They grow to be about 6 feet tall and have skulls approximately 50% greater in size than our own. The name Sonath comes from some language which was completely unknown because they are telepathic, and their spiritual development is at least 4,000 years in advance of the Pleiadians. Their knowledge of time and space was quite impressive too, for they were able to project themselves through the universe without the need for flight machines, utilizing only the force of their minds. That impressed Quetzal, for it was far beyond anything the Pleiadians were capable of and hadn't even really imagined. Anyway, the prognosis for Semjase looked very good. She was told to stay home for a few months and rest, and not engage in any new mental challenges. Her brain would need time to heal, and it would not be good for her to endure any undue stress or anxiety for a while. Consequently, Quetzal informed Billy she would not be able to continue her contacts with Billy on Earth. This was extremely sad news, for Billy had developed very close feelings for Semjase over the years, and of course he felt responsible for her accident because of Jacobus. He had been trying so hard to control all of the egos and the jealousy and the petty arguments that were continually going on among the Figu members. Moreover, he was a father, a contactee, and a prophet. But many of the Figu members were very headstrong and difficult to deal with. The stress on Billy was becoming too much for him, and it showed in his health. He was losing too much sleep and letting himself get run down. Was it time to stop the contacts altogether? The Pleadian Council had been watching Billy very closely and could see that he was having a lot of leadership problems with the Figu members that were affecting the mission. Now that Semjase would not be able to continue the contacts, they were very concerned that it would be time to stop them altogether. They instructed Quetzal to have another meeting with Billy to explain the situation. It was very difficult for Quetzal to tell Billy that it might be time to stop the contacts. He had grown very fond of Billy and could tell just by looking at him that Billy was terribly upset. Not only would there be the cessation of this Pleadian mission, but Quetzal would actually miss Billy. The Pleiadians had hoped that through educating Billy and making their presence known to the public through the photos he had taken, that they could help change Earth's future to a more peaceful and happy outcome. The dark times that would come around the turn of this century could be avoided if mass consciousness could be affected in the right way, and they were putting their hopes in Billy. Now it seemed that most of their work may have been for nothing, for Billy had not made his book called The Contact Notes easily accessible to the public. In addition, he had not followed through with his promise to give more public speeches as he had been asked to do. And several of the FIGU members had become such a problem that they were also jeopardizing the mission. Things were not working out as well as they'd hoped. And now, with Semyase out of the picture, the prospects for a bright future were not looking so good. As Quetzal continued to explain the Pleiadians' viewpoint, Billy agreed that certain members of the FIGU, who were angry and jealous, would have to go. Quetzal would help Billy by monitoring the thoughts of these individuals in order to help him better understand them. Billy agreed to cut back on his work and take care of his health and delegate more responsibility to others. The contacts would continue for a while with Quetzal until they found out if Semyase could return. For the next couple of months, things seemed to be going well. Quetzal had made suggestions to Billy to ask certain people to leave the FIGU and to change Billy's own work habits. The Pleiadian Council went along with Quetzal and left the decision up to him for a while, but they made it clear that if the FIGU could not get their egos in line, all contacts must stop. For Billy and Quetzal, their relationship was developing nicely. It had developed into a good friendship, and Quetzal had taken time for several contacts which were very beneficial to Billy. Quetzal's easygoing manner and rather obvious intellect were proving to be great stimulators for Billy. But everything was not going well. The council back on Era had been monitoring the thoughts of the FIGU members and found that instead of getting better, the attitudes were deteriorating and becoming even more harmful to the success of the Pleiadian mission. Billy seemed to be lacking in leadership abilities, and some of the people in the FIGU had become so emotionally unbalanced that they served no purpose to the mission and were becoming destructive to themselves. It was on Monday, April 10th, 1978, called Empowering Reincarnation, when Quetzal informed Billy that the group was failing and future contacts would be limited to telepathic transmissions to Billy only. The FIGU was on probation. Empowering is the throat chakra, and reincarnation also implies death. If the FIGU members could not get their thinking straightened out, the group would have to be dissolved altogether and could no longer take part in the Pleiadian mission. Reunited with Semyase. It was exactly 40 days later, on May 20th, 1978, balancing reincarnation, that Billy felt the familiar presence of Semyase in his thoughts. Recall that she fell down on balancing dog, a white glyph, and here she was, on balancing reincarnation, meeting Billy again for the first time since her fall. In fact, it had been exactly 156 days, because she fell on Keen 110 out of 260, so that means 150 days transpired, and then Keen 6 is balancing reincarnation, 156 days later. She and Pleia, her sister, were coming to see Billy. She was feeling better and wanted to see her old friend, whom she missed so much. Billy quickly dropped what he was doing and raced out of the house to meet her. She led him to a remote spot not too far away and picked him up in her little ship. Billy was flushed with excitement as he saw her again. He had missed her so much. But here she was, just as before, with that pretty face and long red hair and that gentle manner that always made Billy feel so comfortable and loved. She was back and seemed healthy. He was hoping she would never leave. Semyase gave Billy a hug that seemed to last forever. It had been 5 months since they'd seen each other, and they were making up for it all at once. Billy suddenly noticed Pleia was there also and broke up the hug to say hello to her. He had not seen her for over a year, when he taught her how to ride his moped one afternoon in the forest. The three of them were happy and smiling and remarking how nice it was to see each other again. It was a great reunion for all of them. Semyase had been recuperating the whole time and seemed very healthy. The Soneans and their technology had seemed to work wonders. Her brain was repairing itself, and while she had some trouble remembering some things, she seemed totally herself. Life at home had been very calming for her, and had given her plenty of time to relax and catch up on life on Era. She had spoken with the Pleadian Council about Billy and the group before coming here, of course, and they were concerned about her ability to return to work. Unfortunately, she had to inform them that she could not be able to continue the contacts. The doctors had informed her that her brain was healing a little slower than anticipated, and she should continue to take it easy. Billy was very sad to hear this because he was hoping that she would be able to resume their contacts. Although he was enjoying his friendship with Quetzal, he certainly missed Semyase. Once she told the council that she could not continue, they had consulted with Quetzal about the progress of the Figu members and were told that things were still fragmenting. Several of them were openly trying to cause Billy trouble. They were making up lies about Billy to hurt his feelings and causing other problems that rendered the group dysfunctional. None of the Figu members were taking the spiritual teaching seriously and were questioning Billy's authority so much that he had no control. It had been decided that the group was on probation for 7 months. They would have to take their commitment of personal development more seriously and work to help Billy, or they would no longer be able to live on the farm and help with the mission. Quetzal would continue having contacts with Billy, but Billy's contact notes would no longer be available to the members at all. Billy had to agree things were beyond his control. He was very worried about the state of affairs. He had tried his best to help everyone get along, but there were some pretty headstrong people in the Figu, and the seriousness of the pressure that was on them to help with the contacts and to be responsible for getting the Pleadian information out to the world was proving to be too much for some of them. They had developed elitist attitudes, believing they were better than other people, and fought amongst themselves like cats and dogs. The rivalry over self-importance was bringing the whole group down, and the Pleiadians would have no more of it. Their mission to help the people of Earth through the understanding of higher consciousness could not be accomplished by this kind of thinking. Breakdown. The following weeks were very difficult for Billy. He couldn't sleep or get any work done. There was so much pressure on him from everyone around him that he was unable to think straight. He was beginning to feel like he had failed planet Earth and the Pleiadians. In his mind, he was responsible for the future of Earth, and he was letting everyone down. He had tried so hard to perform his mission as well as he could, but things were out of control. He did not possess the leadership qualities to control the Figu, and the pressure he felt to keep the contacts going was too much for him. It was on Monday, the 17th of July, called Understanding Seed. While on his way to meet Quetzal for a contact, that Billy's health completely failed. He was in the forest waiting for Quetzal to meet him when suddenly he collapsed and fell to the ground unconscious. He was having an acute nervous breakdown. He blanked out and fell and lay flat on his back in a small gully near the contact site. Instantly, the alert mind of Quetzal picked up on Billy's condition and raced to his aid. He was not surprised that Billy had collapsed. He had been warning him for weeks to protect his health. Now it was too late. Quetzal sensed that Billy was suffering a breakdown of his nervous system and quickly brought him up to the ship. Billy was still unconscious as Quetzal quickly examined his body and internal organs. He was right. Billy was having a nervous breakdown caused by exhaustion and anxiety. Fortunately, Pleadian science is far beyond our current understanding, and Quetzal immediately knew what to do. As Billy slowly regained consciousness, he looked up at Quetzal, who quickly told him not to speak yet. Just relax, and he would be okay in a moment. Quetzal was passing a small device over Billy's body, which was reviving the nervous system and restoring his health. Within minutes, Billy seemed much better and was able to sit up and talk. He almost felt normal. The device had somehow repaired the nervous system and balanced the cells of his body, relieving his stress, and pumped energy through his system. Billy felt pretty good and wasn't even aware that he had collapsed until it was explained to him. Quetzal informed him that he had suffered a nervous breakdown brought on by the problems of the Figu members. It would take 12 to 14 days for the nerves to completely regenerate themselves, but he would be okay. Quetzal moved his ship just above the center and materialized Billy's body into his own bed so he could relax and get some rest. The highly developed consciousness of Quetzal caused Billy to fall into a deep sleep without worry and anxiety, so his old friend could heal himself. Quetzal was very concerned because this was a strong indication that Billy could no longer control himself or the Figu. The contacts end. Once Billy's health had returned, there were only a couple of more contacts with Quetzal, and then on Thursday, October 19th, 1978, the final meeting took place. That date was called Pairing Obsidian Mirror Knife. So you may picture the obsidian knife separating the pair. It may be of some interest to you that the initial contact between Semyase and Billy on January 28, 1975 was called Reflecting Obsidian Mirror Knife in 98. There had been 115 contacts so far, and Billy had accumulated over 1,800 pages of contact notes for the people of Earth to learn from. He had done his best, but it had not been good enough. He had to agree with the council that it was time to end the physical contacts. He no longer had the strength to deal with all of the problems, and he had not turned out to be a strong enough leader to keep the Figu in line. Billy left Quetzal's ship that day for the last time. There would be telepathic communications in the future in order to see how he was, but the physical contacts for the purpose of education for the people of Earth were over. A new vision for Earth. My summer with Billy had opened my mind up to many new things. But most importantly, it had made me aware of how we need to work together to create our own future. It is one thing for the Pleadians to come to Earth to help us out, but this is our planet, and we have to take care of things for ourselves. I hope from what I have written in this book you can find in yourself the need to help make the world a better place. We need to do something with all of this information. We need to study it and find ways to make it useful for our people on our planet. Peace is only going to come to Earth when we address the problems of our lives with spiritual understanding. It is time for us all to discover the spiritual bonding that connects all living things together with cosmic creation consciousness. Once you can feel this bonding, you are in touch with the power that can change anything. Imagine if, just for 1 hour, everyone on Earth bonded together and allowed their spirits to connect in love and understanding. In just that 1 hour, we could solve all of the problems on Earth. Coming together. Nothing is more important than to educate the minds of Earth humans about the material and the spiritual realm. People must learn to understand that they are more than just a physical body. We must help everyone get in touch with their spiritual self and feel the unconditional love of cosmic creation consciousness. This is the way we will break down the material forces of hatred, prejudice, and other forms of illogical thinking that put so much stress on our culture. For us to make any progress in our quest toward a more enlightened planet, we must educate and wake up everyone to the spiritual side of life. Only then can we accomplish the transition into this new age of Aquarius with a level of higher vibration and consciousness. The Pleiadians and other extraterrestrial races see everyone in a physical body as being spiritual beings. They listen, observe, and study as spiritual beings. If we are to take our place in the family of man throughout the universe, becoming universal, galactic, intergalactic humans, we have to clean up our thoughts and create a collective consciousness here on Earth of peace and love and forgiveness. If we continue to project thoughts of anger, jealousy, prejudice, hatred, and all of the other negative feelings, it will not be possible for us to communicate with the races of higher consciousness, such as the Pleiadians, or leave our solar system. The Lightworkers of the New Age. Earth is currently a planet of over 170 nations with as many different ideologies, philosophies, and social customs. The leaders of the New Age movement must find ways to bring these many different concepts and theories together and find the common denominator that will allow us to live together in peace. To begin with, we must learn to understand each other with an open mind that allows acceptance of other viewpoints without anger and value judgments. This is a time of education and growing up for Earth humans. If you find yourself able to share knowledge with others who are on a quest for enlightenment, here are some suggestions that may help you communicate and be of help to others. A vision for Earth. A poem. Blue, blue Earth, your light is bright, shining through the Milky Way tonight, sending out a beam of love and riding high on a consciousness of living in the cosmic creation way, harmony with nature in every way, a world of peace where everyone can win a dream and love someone. And now you've moved through time and space to join the intergalactic human race. Your life is rich, your spirit bright, and now forever you're a being of light. Step 1. Find your own truth. Don't ask people to blindly accept your ideas or your information. Remind them that one man's knowledge is just another man's information, and we all must find our own truth. 2. Promote integrity. Acceptance of new ideas comes from respect for those who offer them. If you project integrity and sincerity instead of ego or vanity, you will not only be of more help to others, you will feel better about yourself. 3. Role model. In the new age, our heroes need to be of a different type than movie stars, athletes, musicians, and war heroes. We need role modeling that projects wisdom, integrity, intelligence, and unconditional love. Let's use our schools, movies, books, and television to create heroes who are rich in values and honesty. Step 4. Project equality of all beings and unconditional, universal love. Not enough can be said about the need for unconditional, universal love in our thinking. Learn to see each other as spiritual beings on a path of growth and education, and sense the spiritual bonding that ties us all together. Step 5. Connect with Gaia. We must consider this planet we live on as an equal part of cosmic creation consciousness. She is a living entity that agreed to take on the spiritual and physical inhabitation of this planet for billions of years to give life to trillions upon trillions of beings in order for them to evolve their souls and contribute to cosmic creation consciousness. How about spending an afternoon watching birds, or sit down by a stream and talk to it? There are life forces in nature that are asking to communicate with you. You can call them elementals or sprites or brownies or whatever you wish. These beings of nature will let themselves be seen by humans if you are in the right state of mind. Step 6. Study spirit. Study about spiritual consciousness and share it with others. Go to conferences, expos, and fill your mind with an inventory of information that can help you discover yourself, and in so doing, discover everyone else too. Through meditation, humanity will decrease the cries of the shadow ego and develop more balanced thinking and feeling to make their lives more enjoyable. Step 7. Help educate the young. At any age, we are nothing more than the accumulated experiences that have gotten us to where we are right now. And the experiences of our youth are the formative, foundational years that create our adulthood and old age. Step 8. Be creative. Creative thinking helps keep you young and alert. It stimulates you to use both sides of your brain and makes your soul happy. The personal satisfaction that comes along with being creative is a doorway to sharing your love with others. Step 9. Be prepared to speak for the earth and for humanity. As we think, our thoughts move out into space. If millions of us combine our thoughts, we can communicate with other worlds and develop relationships with more advanced beings. In this way, we can create an alliance for Earth with peaceful races from other planets and/or dimensions. Earth humans are being contacted by the Pleadians, the Greys, the Reptilians, and several other extraterrestrial races. Millions of people all over the world have seen their ships and have had contacts of various kinds. It is no longer a question of whether or not ETs are real, but a question of whether or not you know about them or have even seen them yourselves. I feel that nothing is more important right now than educating everyone about their spiritual selves and creating a large mass of humanity who can come together on the higher planes of consciousness and communicate with the Pleiadians and other peaceful ETs. The vibrational consciousness of Earth humans is being monitored all the time by many extraterrestrial races. When they begin to detect the growing mass of people coming together spiritually with unconditional love, unconditional trust, and unconditional forgiveness, I believe we will have first contact. Peace on Earth. Imagine if we formed a group of spiritually minded people who understand and live by the principles of unconditional love. And they went around visiting different places and cities and countries in the world. They could go to each major city and put on a spiritual education expo, where everyone shares and listens to one another and talks about our different customs, philosophies, and ideologies. By sharing, we can find the common ground between us and blend our heritages together in a common goal for our planet. We can carry the messages of spiritual bonding all around the world. It's time to educate, not legislate. I want to express my thanks to Billy and his family for extending me their courtesy and friendship during my 3 trips to their home in Switzerland. Even though they have endured so many hardships and difficult times over the years, they still had time to make me feel welcome. Many thanks to Silvano, Bruni, Billy, Popey, and the other members of the Figu for providing me with the spiritual nourishment to help me along the path to my own self-discovery. I hope that the information I have made available here in this book has in some way contributed to the ongoing efforts of the Pleiadian mission and is of some benefit to humankind. Salom, Randolph Winters. And And this is Crispy signing off too, thanking you again for your ears and your hearts. In Lakesh Alakin, which is a Pleadian saying that means, I am another you, you are another me, we are one. One holy hologram, one divine spark, one sacred fractal of cosmic creation, consciousness, the Hunabku. Namaste.